Going live, booth. I'm now live. Okay. I have no idea why I'm orange. Let me know, guys. Am I orange in this in this webcam? Am I orange? I don't know what's going on. Okay, as I wait for people to come in here, what we've got is a couple of fires to check on, and then I'm gonna try something new, which is for the first time I'm gonna help you guys shop Amazon Prime Day. And maybe the GoPro store. I've got an affiliate link for that too somewhere. And this will be a fundraiser to keep me live, to keep us going. So the disclaimer here is that if you, the way this works is if you, oh hi JCat, if you want to shop alongside me with Amazon Prime, first of all, if you want to sign up for Amazon Prime, let me know and I'll give you a link. And anything that you want to buy, just tell me what the product is. I'll give you a link so that I get a small percentage, a small commission. Hey Dee, how are you doing? Sorry, I got an itchy ear thing going on. And it's no cost to you. It's just I get some sort of a commission for people that buy stuff using my link. So in the description of the video is the general Amazon store link. And you just click on one of those products, and even if you don't buy one of those things in the current store, the cookie should be during your browser session. The cookie should be there, and what the cookie does is it's my referral link basically. So whenever it says something like www.amazon/ this or that product, it'll say my referral link in there, and I should get a percentage. Just make sure in your browser settings, when you go up to the settings area, that cookies are not blocked, and then everything should work. You may have to disable an ad blocker or something temporarily, but that should really help out the stream. And this is at no cost to you, so what you guys should do is let me know what you want to be shopping for, and I'll tell you if I have an experience with that product or any knowledge. I can give you all kinds of computer advice. If you want to know anything about video production, computers, upgrading your computer, just ask and I will guide you through the whole process. What's good, what's bad, reputable, anything about, say, cell phone accessories, blah blah. That's what I'm into, right? So other products later I'll just go through that are just things that I like. So hopefully this will make a dent in the deficit here, spending that I've been doing to get the stream going. There's a lot of subscriptions I have to do, everything from Flight Radar 24 to Watch Duty to VPNs. I've had to upgrade my hardware, and I don't have a day job at all in order to do this live whenever there's at least a crisis going on. And I hope to do this, be live more often this summer, maybe almost daily. I just got to get through this week, which is one of the busiest weeks of my life. So how are you guys? How are you, Dee? How are you, JCat? Let me know if you guys are interested in this. I just got a tracking wildfires here for a second. We want to make sure that we're doing a roundup of what's affecting people in the West today, Oregon, Washington, California. I just got a notification, or a message from John Stoker, one of our mods here, and good friend of mine. He's talking about the carbon fire, which is down here in California, and by Highway 16 southeast of Rancho Murrieta, and looks like, yeah, northwest of Jackson, almost due west of Plymouth over there. That would be Amador County. I think that's still, yeah, on the county line of Amador. So this is over by Eagles Nest Airport, which I have not heard about. So it's a 20-acre fire with a moderate rate of spread. People up in the foothills and low-lying mountains west of Tahoe should be able to see this out their window. They said no structures are threatened. Crews are making good progress. That's, wow, that update was made 1 minute ago. They said tankers and copters are making drops on it. A few spot fires were reported, and that's being taken care of. So I'm glad to see this. This is what it looked like at 1:17 p.m. And I do have the current view up. Let's see. Excuse me. The current view. Yeah, here. This is what it looks like here. Am I orange, by the way? I cannot get the lighting correct. The lighting thing correct on my webcam. Yeah, please make donations so I can get a better webcam. Just kidding, guys. But I will use them to make a better webcam situation. So yeah, this is looking much better than say even half an hour ago. This is our live look. This will update every 30 seconds or so. So I'm glad to see that that's not really a factor right now. So let's see, how do we go back or get out of this full screen mode? Press this again. And how's the sound? How are we talking? Hey, Smitty. And I'm glad you're doing good, D. There was a ferocious lightning storm going on last time I was streaming, and I'm sorry I couldn't really be here yesterday. Man, my stomach problems just came back with a vengeance. I think, it was a stomach bug that I actually had. But I did get a whole lot of sleep, but holy mackerel, I couldn't be live yesterday, but I went live after midnight, and we watched this rolling lightning storm come through from Central Oregon, and it hugged the Cascades, went north, slightly rained on the Boulder fire, and it did rain, I think, significantly on the Tunnel 5 fire. However, the amount of lightning that it was producing was quite concerning. I stayed up well past what I wanted to do. I just wanted to go live for an hour at midnight, but I stayed live till about 4 in the morning, just waiting to see if there would be any lightning strike oriented fires that would start either, from Mount Hood north towards, the Okanagan and Washington. And I do believe that what we're looking at here may have been the result of the lightning storm. We've got a 15-acre canal fire, and it is by Natchez on Highway 12. And then again, this is my speculation. It's lightning related, but this is only about 15 acres. It says wind-driven in heavy fuels, potential for spotting to the north. So it's a fast-moving grass fire as of an hour ago. But the fact that it was called in an hour ago, I don't know that that has anything to do with the lightning then. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But this one at Baird Springs was much more concerning. It's got plenty of level 2 evacuations where everybody is supposed to get ready to go southeast of Wenatchee. So Red Cross has a shelter at Quincy Middle School at 16 6th Avenue in Quincy, Washington. And I'm not sure when this erupted. I was getting some notifications on my phone when I woke up a couple hours ago saying that it was a 17-hour-old fire, approximately 900 acres or so. So I don't know when it was added to watch duty. That can be very different from the time it actually started. But I'm sure they were playing whack-a-mole with looked like dozens and dozens of lightning strikes that were happening west of Yakima when I signed off around 4 in the morning the other day. So they do have an evacuation map and a shelter-in-place order. You don't see that too often, but it looks like it's because it's a peninsula. Look at this. Shelter in place. So, wow. So this road 6 here that's a shelter-in-place order, where the red portion up here, excuse me, watch duty, I guess I can't scroll around, is on level 2. That says 3. 3 is go. Excuse me, yeah, so we do have level 3 evacuations down here. That was 17 hours ago. So that's the old image. That's a bit confusing. Right now, they're just saying that it's level 2 for all this multitude of roads. And so I'm going to link this to you guys in the chat. And if you guys want to check that out, that's on Watch Duty. That is the fire just west of Quincy, Washington. So we had, if we could only look at this with a cam, that would be so great. Excuse me. Updates 2 hours ago. All areas under level 3 were downgraded to level 3, which is get ready. Good. For Grant County Sheriff's Office. And mind you, this is Grant County, Washington, not Grant County, Oregon. Grant County, Oregon has a small acreage fire that Smitty alerted me to, but this is Grant County, Washington. So that's great. Everybody who evacuated yesterday may return, but please maintain situational awareness. And firefighters will be working to firm up those containment lines. So it looked like State Route 28's been reopened, and that's always good to see. So let's look at their Facebook post. Excuse me, I gotta log in off screen. That's just why I don't think they should do Facebook updates for the public, because not everybody has Facebook. Never put it behind a login wall. So anyway, the Baird Springs fire, let me bring it back to this here. Update effective immediately. All evacuation levels are now set to level 2. We will continue to update things as they change. And that was 58 minutes ago. So I will give you guys the link here as well. If you are affected by the Baird Springs fire in Grant County, Washington, this is the best place to get your info. So Sam Zomiller says new fire at Pine Flat Lake in California just toned out a few minutes ago. Thank you so much. So let's go check out that one. So are you listening live to Scanner Radio? If you are, let me know where we can hear that. Pine Flat Lake. I'm not familiar with where that is, but we'll take a look. We'll take a look, at the Tunnel 5. It's grayed out now on Watch Duty, which is great. I do want to know how much the rain has had an impact. The only good thing that happened with that lightning storm is we did see almost everywhere the lightning struck. There was at least a little bit of rainfall, but in general, places where I looked up the forecast, it had less than half an inch, but hey, that can make all the difference with a lightning storm. So I guess in Watch Duty we can go Pine Flat, California. Maybe it'll tell us. I don't see anything for Watch Duty. If we're talking southeast of Porterville, northeast of Bakersfield, is it that Pine Flat? I would imagine it would be added to Watch Duty really soon. Either way, we can check this out on Caltopo. And then, hopefully, we can get to shopping, guys. This is a fundraiser for the stream, and if you are shopping Amazon Prime Day, let me know what you are interested in buying, and I will produce a link, and I'll get a little bit of a commission, and hopefully this can help fund us with no cost to you. So let's go to Bakersfield, Pine Flat, California. See if we've got California. See if we've got a heat signature. I do not see one, but we're only on Modus and Veers. Let's go to all satellites. So far, I'm not seeing a heat signature. Do we have a camera to look at this area? Samso Miller says the Cotton Fire. Oh, Fresno County Air Attack is the name I broadcast 5 feet. Awesome. Okay. Fresno, Cal Fire, Sierra Forest, Net, the Cotton Fire. Right. J.E. Cat says I'm still recovering from Sunday, driving out to a job site. Car in front of me lost control, went into a rock cut. 2 adults did not make it, and I pulled a 6-year-old out of the car, and she's in the ICU. I'm so sorry, J.E. Cat, but man, that child was so lucky to have you there. Wow. Yeah, man. Big virtual hugs, J.E. Cat. Oh man. The Bear Mountain cam. Okay, let's look. Let's see if we can get eyes on this fire. Oh, go back to all cams. Click. Come on. Respond. Click. Click. Okay. I'll just go back to their main page. Cameras. Bear Mountain. No matches. Oh, MTN is how they say mountain. Bear Mountain Fresno 1. Then we have a Fresno 2, which looks like it's our winner. Okay, great. Thanks so much for the heads up. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse. Like it rotates around a bit. And boom, it settles on like a light wispy smoke on the other side of this hill. So let's see, show on map should give us the direction. We're on Bear Mountain Fresno 2, which is north by northeast. So it's looking at the Pine Flat Reservoir, which is, in California terms, means a lake because of a dam. So I don't know which mountain the fire is hiding behind here. So it's definitely behind, like to the north of Dalton Mountain, if we are current on looking north by northeast. So I don't know how close it might be to the Pine Flat Reservoir. At least it's next to a reservoir they can dip out of. So, excuse me, that's the Prime Bay stuff. Click, click. Now, I imagine if we just refresh Watch Duty, then we'll have it. It's being called the Cotton Fire. Now let's... And Salty, hey, how are you? I just bought a couple of those ice cube things. Looks like they have a cover. Thanks for using my link. In the description of the video is the link to my store page. And you don't have to use, like, you don't have to buy what's on the store. But if you click the description, go there through the link, then that should put the referral cookie on your machine. And buying anything else that theoretically you put in your cart, hopefully I'll get some sort of a commission on that. And it's no cost to you. But thank you so much, Anne. I do love those ice cube things. I have a bad injured arm, so I've got bad tendonitis in it. It's a long story about how I was kind of gruesomely injured on the job. So I really can't do anything like lift more than 15 pounds, and I had to relearn how to live life with an arm disability and that kind of weakness. So I decided to start, and I just got started with this, make a list of things that can help somebody with, difficulty using one or more hands or arms in the kitchen. So yeah, I can't tell you how much the silicone is way better than the ice cube trays of old, where you had to smack them and crack them, and that stuff is dinosaur-like. Everybody should switch. So I still don't see it showing up on Watch Duty. Let's see if we got a heat signature on CalTopo yet. Aha, we do. Okay, so this is where this is the Pine Flat Reservoir, no? No? It's just due east of Fresno. This thing, Kings River. Is that the Kings River Reservoir? Am I at the wrong spot? Either way, that is concerning. No, that's totally different. We'll take a look at what the heck's going on east of Fresno. But for now, I do not see a heat signature from the GOES 17 satellites. The last time they swept over was 4 minutes ago. The fire just may not be big enough over there by the... excuse me, that's not the right one either. That's the Kern River. Excuse me. Will the real Pine Flat Reservoir please stand up? Right in here. Excuse me, let me just go back here. Pine Flat, the town. Pine Flat, the town. Is the reservoir not next to the town? Because I just confused myself, guys. Sorry, I don't know much about California anywhere south of San Francisco. So let me get oriented by here. This is Pine Flat Reservoir, Squaw Valley, just east of Fresno. We were in the right spot. It's east of Fresno. Okay. So, excuse me, not Pine Flat, the town, at all. Just go find Fresno here. Pine Flat Reservoir, different thing. And we do have the heat signature. So they're having it over here where the Kings River meets the reservoir proper. Oh, high tension power lines. Wouldn't you know, friends? Wouldn't you know? And please tell me, am I orange? Or is it just my monitor being on like red mode? East of Fresno, right, thank you. They have it listed as the Cotton Fire incident. So just east of Fresno. Aha. So, alright, it is now on watch duty, excuse me. Vegetation Fire with smoke showing on cameras, helicopter arriving over the fire now, additional ground resources have been requested. So, they have a camera link just to here, one we're already looking at. And, so, let's go look and see if the aircraft are over it. Go with flight radar. Just east of Fresno. Here we are. Okay, we got tanker 103, tanker 3, R03, instead of 103, excuse me. So we have tanker 3 on the way there, which is BAE 146-200, B462. I'm really not familiar with these guys. Looks like a retardant dropper, and it's come from Fresno. So let's see. Now that they've got an aerial, a good size. Oh, I don't want to call that large. I'm going to call it a medium tanker. And we've got eyes in the sky in the Rockwell. The only thing I see nearby that might have to be evacuated might be possibly this Kurt Flat campground. Now we could go to Caltopo and get a satellite view. Let's flip on satellite. Global imagery. And I'm going to turn off the hotspot for a second. Yeah, I'm not seeing any inhabitations at all. So we know that this is a little bit steep as far as terrain goes. So here's a good cross between the satellite view and the terrain. So the only thing nearby is to the east. They might have to evacuate a campground. I wouldn't be too concerned about this. Let's look at the wind and see if we have any significant wind. Yeah, wind out of the southwest, less than 10 miles an hour. We could look at we could of course look at a weather forecast, but being that there's not much of anything in the vicinity, except perhaps a power plant, I'm going to put this one on the back burner. When they have the no notification slash through the bell, it's not expected to be something that threatens structures or life and property immediately. So, okay. Yeah, thanks so much, Sam Zomiller, for the heads up. So, air tax said the fire is just below the road. Okay. So, great. Yeah, if you want to continue listening to that for us and just keeping an eye on it, I take it you're near Fresno and maybe that's why you're listening. You know, that would be wonderful for us. Like I said, there's something called the Flat Fire. That is 2 acres, slow to moderate rate of spread, and this is over southeast of Placerville, It's southwest of Sly Park. Caldor Fire vibes here. This has got to be in the Caldor Fire burn scar. So it's 2 to 3 acres with slow to moderate rate of spread. Head of the fire is being held up at a dirt road as per air attack info. Yeah, look at this. Dead trees from the Caldor Fire. So this is still the foothills over by Placerville. It's not getting into the mountains proper, but it's not too far away. You know, the Caldor Fire tried to eat Placerville and Somerset in a couple of areas. So there's plenty of dead pine trees in the area. A lot of the oaks probably survived in this region, but look at that. I mean, Sea Probe flew me over this area, and we did aerial survey of the damage. It's just totally insane. But last summer there wasn't too much vegetation regrowth in the heart of where the Caldor Fire was. So I wouldn't expect, say, a new mega fire this year, like a Caldor 2. But by next year, if there's some vegetation growth, I would be very, very, very concerned about any new starts where the Caldor Fire's footprint was. Because all those trees are dead now. The Caldor Fire, as bad as it was in the Dixie, primarily burned living trees and just burned off the underbrush and the sticks, you know, the limbs of the trees. You have worse fires when the actual trunks can burn, which means after a tree's been dead a couple of years. So this is always quite concerning, but unless there's a lot of brush, I probably will take another year to come back. You know, we can breathe a little bit easy, well, nervously, I should say. In the same vicinity of El Dorado County, there's, the carbon fire is not threatening any inhabitations by the Eagles Nest Airport. This is down by the flatland, by Ione. These are just very, very gently rolling slopes in that area. I was driving around that area last year with Sea Probe and also with John Stoker. So that would be like a grass fire type thing. So to the west of Yuba City, out there by Colusa, I would say this is by Colusa. Is this by Colusa? No, halfway to Clear Lake, northwest of Woodland and east of Clear Lake. This would be in foothills. Got a 15-ish acre fire. So they're reinforcing containment lines, performing extensive mop-up. Volatile fire area in challenging terrain. Stopping the forward progress by sunrise was crucial. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. So that's not something we have to actively monitor either. Let's do a roundup for Oregon. The Alder Creek fire is now 40% contained. Looking back at chat, we're going to round up the fires right before we begin our shopping period. Sam Joe Miller says, thanks for your great work, Kathy. Yes, I live right next to Pine Flat. Thank you. Thank you so much for helping out here. Janice Stern says, by the time we took a road through Warm Springs Reservation, what we had seen around by 3 p.m. looked like it had doubled in 3 hours as the wind picked up. Oh, goodness. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, Janet, about the Boulder fire. It got a little bit of rain last night. So you're saying I could see when driving over Mount Hood on Sunday when the road was blocked by, sadly, by a fatality, a head-on collision, which stopped us on the road for 2+ hours. Yep, we'll look at the Boulder fire next. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, welcome. So, not finding many updates. Thought I'd check with you. Yeah. As you kept me up to date when Estacada was evacuated and my elderly aunt and uncle were involved. Love your channel. Great info. Well, thank you for being here, and I'm glad I was able to help. That would have been the Riverside fire in 2020. That was insanity. That was total insanity. I'm so glad they saved Estacada. I was really worried. We had, that was when we watched 15 miles. Spot fires were blowing ahead of the Riverside fire 15 miles down the canyon and landing on Estacada when the Riverside fire, when the head of it was 15 miles to the southeast. That was insanity, but all of 2020 was. So It's been hard to find anything out about the Alder Creek fire in general. Um, oh wow, this is what it looked like 4 days ago, but it's not particularly near any inhabitations. Now, if we go to the Boulder fire, which is on the south side of Mount Hood, basically, the only thing that it threatened was the campground, and of course, Mount Hood is one of the few places that haven't burned since 2020. The Riverside fire started, I believe, it was an unattended, non-fully extinguished campfire that ignited a massive wildfire in 2020 on Red Monday, the Labor Day windstorm, which was the time that the Beachy Creek went insane at the same time in the Lion's Head. But they had cut off the power, and I believe it was PGE, Portland General Electric, did the smart thing, and they cut off the power to the Mount Hood Wilderness area. And so it was like an oasis of unburned area, whereas PacifiCorp did the wrong thing, ethically, morally, and intelligence-wise, and left their lines energized, and that spread the Beachy Creek fire and cut off everybody's route of escape from Detroit Lake in 2020. And the trial just wrapped up, and they were found guilty of having spread the Beachy Creek fire and making it so much worse that they couldn't even fight it. Just everybody had to flee. That was nearly a mass fatality event. I mean, more than 70 people were trapped in Detroit Lake out on the docks, asking for the National Guard to airlift them to safety, which could not happen for all the smoke. So the Beachy Creek and the Lion's Head, later when the Beachy Creek spread west, I had to evacuate my own mother, who lives by Salem. That was quite bad, 2020. So over here, my big concern with the Boulder fire is we don't want any kind of fire around here. This is one of the few intact spots of forest in the entire Cascades. So it was mapped at 10 hours ago, 261 acres by infrared mapping. It was done in the night. So large areas of scattered heat throughout the perimeter. So red dots indicated isolated fires, which is like spotting outside of the perimeter. So I'm glad that it hasn't spread beyond 261 acres, but unless it has an InsaWeb, let's look and see if it does. I don't think we're going to get that much information about that one. But I did see live, well, it wasn't last night. Night before last now, yeah. Night of the 9th to past midnight on the 10th. I thankfully saw, here's an InsaWeb for it. I saw tons, significant amount of rain happen on it. But there were new lightning strikes all around the south part of Mount Hood and the east side of Mount Hood. So it was like finger biting, is this good or bad? So instant overview. Here's a good image of it. There's Mount Hood. So what I like seeing here is look at those nice, big, broad fire access roads. They may lead to the campgrounds and to this little lake here. The fact that there are a lot of roads right here makes me wonder how this was started. Would have been human caused. But unknown, really. We can look and see if there's a suspected cause in the InsaWeb here. And like I said, most of this is intact. You don't see a fire scar around here. So theoretically, the brush is very, very thick. So significant events is lichen and moss is producing frequent opportunities for isolated torching. Lichen and moss. I guess they mean like dried out lichen and moss. Maybe it's like climbing the trees. Or are they talking about lichen and moss that's on fire that the wind whips away from the trees and throws around the landscape? When they're saying isolated torching, that means one tree goes up. So Is that because the on fire lichen and moss flew over to that tree and lit it on fire, or is it because it climbed? Is it a ladder fuel or not? If anybody could tell me, that would be great. They really don't elaborate that much. So they have 0% containment. They have a randomly chosen date of the 31st of August for its estimated date of containment. That's just like, that means we don't know. You know. Either that or it's a low priority, which frightens me. Weather concerns. A warming trend is in store across north central Oregon, and hot conditions will return late this week. Today's weather, who knows when the day was quiet, with mostly sunny skies and highs ranging from the mid-70s above 3,000 feet to the mid-80s below. Relative humidity was generally in the 30s to 40s. That's pretty bad. Tomorrow will be several degrees warmer and a 5 to 10% drop in the relative humidity, which is very bad. Winds were from the west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles an hour today, with similar wind speeds and directions expected tomorrow. And I really wish they'd date this, because sometimes this page will go, InstaWeb will go to 48 hours without this stuff actually being updated. So their plan, and I'm going to link this so that anybody looking at the Boulder fire can check it out. Hey, Barnacles, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm sorry that your message got deleted. I don't know why. Probably because you had more than three emojis. But hey, good to see you. Unofficial Washington State Wildfire. Hello too. Thanks for being here, guys. Janice Stern says, right, and our friends at Eagle Creek were able to save their house when firefighters left it, but the loggers stayed around. Oh my God. Was that the Eagle Creek fire of 2017 then? Great to have loggers as neighbors. Yeah. Did you know that, fun fact, almost all loggers are volunteer firefighters? So they save the environment, guys. All right, planned actions for the Boulder fire. It's basically on Mount Hood's doorstep. In the next 12 hours, aerial suppression efforts have kept the line at Boulder Creek, the line east at Boulder Creek, even with the gusty westerly winds. Gusts are projected to be 25 miles an hour. See, I don't know when they were talking about this. Let's go to Windy and see if we can't get it. We can't get the current wind speed because InstaWeb is not good at telling us. Let's see, government camp. There's Mount Hood right here. Oh, those are just traffic cams. I was going to say, wow, we have cams, guys. We don't. So, where is the Boulder Creek fire closest to? Is it government camp? Let me look. Hey, look, where's government camp? Excuse me, we'll get to shopping real soon, guys. Yeah, government camp is just over the border, the county line border. Funny how the street map doesn't name towns, but the satellite one does. Okay, so it's south of OR 5 right there. Okay, I got myself oriented. So, whatever. I'm not subscribing, Wendy. Okay, government camp. 35. Is it right here? Little Boulder Trail, yeah, right here. Alright, so let's plant the flag. Now, a funny thing about Windy and other places is if you actually look up where are the weather stations in this entire, in a wilderness region, like any forest, there's almost none. So you have to remember that the wild inaccuracy of any sort of wilderness weather prediction, because they're only getting data from the nearest weather station, which could be so dang far away that it's basically just a wild guess. If you're several canyons away from the nearest weather station, it might be a fierce whipping up wind in a completely different direction as where the nearest weather station is reporting. So I just want to give that disclaimer. It's one of the things that shocked me when we were trying to track the KNP complex Having fun with the garbage disposal, see, probe? Well, the microphone sort of noise cancels, but not over that. Goodness gracious. Did you put a bunch of boulders in it or what? He says, how did you know? Oh, that's how you disposed of some of the tree they cut down next door. Ah, okay. Well, that makes sense. Oh, yeah, mulch is good for disposal, he says. Oh, my God. Okay, I give him a lot of crap because when he comes over to have lunch and stuff and he's using my Wi-Fi back there, he's going to see Probe has got a couple of meetings today. He puts the most random objects in my garbage disposal. And he keeps telling me it's good for it. Cherry pits are good for it. Yeah, I don't know about that. Sorry about that, friends. Okay, what was I saying? Okay, I just want to give a disclaimer about this. But it looks like maybe they were talking about the weather today. There's going to be a high of around 70-ish. So maybe they weren't talking about today. I have no idea. But near the Boulder fire on which is southeast of Mount Hood, we've got in general, a west wind of about 9 miles an hour with 27-mile-an-hour wind gusts, as predicted by Windy here, through 2 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah, if they can hold the east side, that would be a feat. You know, I'm not going to say a miracle, but a feat. So looking back at the Boulder Fires information here, and then I promise, guys, we'll get to shopping. Right now, if you're shopping and you can't wait, if something is running out, just click the link in the description and click on one of the products. That should be enough to help with my fundraiser thing here, and maybe I'll get a percentage of what lands in your shopping cart. But like I said, it's experimental fundraiser day. So in the next 24 hours, they expect isolated torching and spotting to continue at the fuel conditions. Lichen and moss in the timber are the primary contributors to spotting. Aha, yeah. Ripping off the trees and floating around in the wind. And the receptive fuels are dry. So what isolated torching means is that dead trees in general in the area, snags, are going to go up like a torch. Isolated is a good word. You don't want a lot of tree torching because that would change the nature of the fire. Right now, the nature of it, meaning the type of fire that it is, I hope, litter and understory and grass and brush. But it is active. It's an active fire, meaning it's vigorous. It's got group torching happening, which is scary, creeping and spotting. So what you don't want to see in a forest fire is something called a crown fire. Now, the crown is just like it says. You wear a crown on the top of your head, right? So that's the tops of trees. Now, if you have a lot of dead trees in the landscape, snags, that can help promote something called a crown fire, where the dead tree and right now they're talking about burning lichen and stuff. If it is carried by the wind and touches the tops of other trees, you can have a separate fire. Not you have your main one on the ground, and then you have a separate fire up on the top. And fire crews can't put out treetop fires. It will start moving, rapidly amongst the tops of the trees, and so a crown fire is a screaming nightmare, really, to put out. Nobody can reach them. So in order to put out a tree that's on fire all the way to the top, either let that tree burn and fall apart, or you cut it down as it's on fire. Forest firefighting is really dang dangerous for these reasons. You can, if you have isolated tree torching, where occasionally a dead tree is on fire, you can try to drop water on it, especially with helicopters. They can do precision drops sometimes. The very large aerial tankers can try to even smash it with retardant or something. But what we have here is group torching, which means a whole bunch of dead trees in a little area. and any poor living trees right next to them is probably just going to be a collateral damage. And a group torching situation is more likely to create the crown fire because you just have more stuff breaking off on fire and hitting the tops of other trees. So Oregon is in a little bit of a drought right now, so this is quite concerning. I think that they should totally try to put this out. We should, on a non-drought year, try to introduce healthy fire to the landscape, but not right now. It's too dang dry. We should not let this be going when a fierce windstorm picks up. Otherwise, we could have a massive forest fire in Mount Hood National Forest. We don't want this. So I hope that's we can look at more photographs, but that's about all that we have for the Boulder fire. That's the only photograph. We can go see, I think I saw some aircraft working it. And down here, there is a helicopter that has joined the firefight, a Sikorsky Blackhawk, down east of Fresno, down there at that cotton fire. So let's go back up to Mount Hood, and hopefully we get some shopping. Because we'll come back and look at these. I mean, tracking fires is our #1 priority. Oh, there's a sky crane. These guys are awesome. They're the weirdest looking helicopters on Earth, but they use a snorkel and they suck up a huge amount of water. These sky cranes can pick up things like, I don't know, like stripped down tanks. I think that's what they were for in like Vietnam and such. Okay, it's a K-Max. The Mosquito Hawk helicopters, man, they're the ugliest things. Single-seater helicopters. We make fun of them, but we like them. Okay, so we got a K-Max on the scene, guys, of the Boulder fire, and the Sikorsky, which will be dipping probably out of that Badger Lake campground. So they are hitting it today with the 25-mile-an-hour wind gust. That will be hard to hold the east side. It'll be trying to push the fire to the east, and not a whole lot of human habitations east of there. Friend is a ghost town, a straight-up ghost town, one of the classical like road trip ghost towns, tumbling tumbleweed and swinging saloon doors kind of stuff. Ty Valley though is inhabited. So, and there's a lot of virgin wilderness in between there that we don't want to see burnt up. Okay, friends, now let's look at the Tunnel 5 and see if there's a report on, did the rain have any significant impact? Yes, guys, 100% contained. I think surely it did then. 3 hours ago, update, that fire is 100% contained at 529 acres. Sigh of relief. If we had had some major winds, like the Gorge is famous for its major wind gusts. Almost any day of the year you can go there and it's like 45 to 65 mile an hour wind gusts. If we had had that happen with this fire going, we could have had major spread, and I'm just so glad that we got lucky with the weather from the time it began to up to now. So that's just wonderful. So 100% containment does not mean it's extinguished, but it means that we shouldn't expect it to jump any lines. Containment means you shall not pass. Perimeter lines are where they want the fire to stay, and as they're fighting it. And then containment means our lines are now strengthened so much we do not expect the fire to be able to cross any of them, except under extraordinary circumstances. We're talking like, spawning of small tornado type wind events, Awesome. I'm so happy about that. We could go look at that. We could go look at the time-lapse today if we want to, but I want to get to the shopping here. We do have something to look at in Grant County, Washington again. So you just keep our eye on the Bayard Springs fire over by Quincy, but unless there's new updates, what we looked at before, mostly on the Facebook page, Douglas County Sheriff's Office is what it is in Washington. We had an update of an hour ago. Yeah, effective immediately. All evacuation levels are now just get ready. We'll refresh this from time to time and see if there's anything new. The only thing we need to do is check their weather, to see if the Wenatchee area expects anything crazy. It's kind of by Quincy, actually, southeast of Wenatchee. So, no, we don't have anything crazy in the forecast. Just maybe around 11 p.m. it might pick up northwest winds 10 miles an hour, gusting to 24. Sometime around midnight. Wonder what that is. But their high will be around 86 today, which is not great, not terrible. Right? So I'm not terribly concerned about it. But we will come back and look at that from time to time. Okay, friends, shopping time. So it is Amazon Prime Day. My streams are great. Thank you. Yeah, that noise was crazy. Deprob's still back there. Yeah, his AirPods aren't in. He's got these amazing AirPods, guys. He's going to be using my Wi-Fi here for a couple of his Zoom meetings, and then he's going to leave around 6 or something like that to go to some airplane meeting. Now I'm going to need to go to to log off and be at a Zoom meeting related to Oregon DART, the volunteer organization for pilots. Soon we'll have a website up where you can donate or volunteer with that organization or become a member. It's a registered charity now, brand new. And I don't know what title they gave C-Probe. I think he's the treasurer now. But he's one of the volunteer pilots that will fly in a major disaster, including the big one, like the Cascadia subduction zone quake that's expected whenever, someday in the future. That these volunteer pilots will just hop into a private aircraft and be assigned to getting supplies to the coast, because we're expected that the coast will be cut off from civilization from damaged roads and whatnot. So this brand new organization, I'm not sure what my official title is now, but I'm one of the founding members, and I don't know, I'm going to call myself a secretary of some sort right now. Social media and or marketing secretary. That sounds right. That sounds good, right? I don't know if C-Probe's actually listening to the stream right now. So, but I should be back. I should be back live. That meeting should take an hour to an hour and a half, happening sometime around 7. So until then, we'll monitor fires and do this. We'll do this experimental fundraiser. So tell me right now, as you're shopping Amazon Prime Day, what strikes your fancy, and I will generate a link for that particular item, and I can help guide you guys for shopping, especially if you have questions about upgrading your computer. Amazon's a great place to buy computer stuff, and then at no cost to you, I should get a percentage. I don't even know what that percentage is, but it's something. If you use my link to buy some random stuff on Amazon. Blistering Barnacle says the weather is messed up all over the world. Yeah, that's what El Nino does. In the last 3 prior years was La Nina. So it does mean extreme weather events. So this is our 4th year of having extreme weather because of the temperature of the ocean fluctuating around. Smitty says above report location for flat fires at 2 acres near Placerville. Yeah, we'll continuously monitor that one, Smitty. So Cheryl says Canada is to provide $82 million for non-governmental organizations responding to natural disaster, large emergency, first aid agencies in Canada. There might be a grant or two that ODART could possibly get, because the United States is doing a couple grants like that. What is that called? Community something grant? I'm not a registered charity by any means, so I can't apply for anything like that. But heck, maybe we should look. Maybe we should start one. I've always wanted to help fire victims directly. Usually, I give links to people's, Kickstarters and to their to the official places you can donate. But I've never taken money really directly for fire victims. But it would be nice if we could. That's long-term wish list stuff there. So Unofficial says I started a Twitter, which is more active than my YouTube. I forgot to tell people I'm live on Twitter, guys. Sorry, let me do that real quick. I'm terrible at this. Let me link to my own channel. So I get a lot more people coming in when I notify people on Twitter that I'm actually live. So copy my channel URL, go to Twitter. If I'm ever out of frame, just let me know. I'm a little concerned my face is orange. I can't fix the light thing on the webcam. So let's go. I mean, do I look orange? This is not a spray tan. You know, I'm not copying Trump or anything. But I've got very warm temperature light bulbs that I've just added to the room, which I'll show you for Amazon Prime Day. These are really good. I can't afford what I want, which is the I'm just kind of turned off in general by the extreme expense of the GE bulbs. What are those called? No, Philips Hue. Philips Hue is, oh my God, have you price checked that stuff? You know, that's rich people stuff there. That's lifestyles of the rich and famous. And where's Twitter? Twitter. And I also have a couple of items. God, that's one heck of a bright light. Let's see, probe goes in the kitchen. Okay, so let me quickly tweet here that I'm live. Okay. I'm live. Amazon Prime Day shopping fundraiser plus wildfire tracking, of course. Yes, of course. So let's paste. Wait a second. That's my general page link. What I want to do is paste my actual live stream. Let's do that. That's easier. Okay. Oh, so weird to see myself on Amazon or on YouTube. I never thought that a million years that this would be like a career thing. I hate fire, famously. Okay, share button, copy the link. Okay, Twitter post. And do you guys not like my new logo? I got a logo. I'm gonna update YouTube with it. So it's on the in the description of the video. It's the store link, and it's pretty cool. It's a phoenix with a K with fiery wings. We rise from the ashes, huh? And just let me know. Let me know how you like it. So this is the way it works. This is the site stripe thing. If you tell me a product you want on Amazon, I find it, I link it in the chat, you used a link, I should get a commission. This is how it should actually happen. So it looks just like a warm lamp and not too orange. Thank God, EA, thanks. And glad you're here. A Squirrel says there will be communitarian tentacles attached to all grant money. Yeah. I'm sure. So it's something I'm wary about. I don't know how to navigate that stuff. I mean, we might even need attorneys, you know. What? A new fire via watch duty just north of Portland. Record scratch. We gotta pause and check out that. Just north of Portland. Veggie Fire. Is that out by Battleground? And we got a Veggie Fire, Vegetation Fire moving south and east towards hay bales and trees. Checking on the availability of a copter. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, it's on It's in Mill Plain Boulevard, East Mill Plain in Clark County. So it's east of Vancouver, the far northeast section of Vancouver proper. So let's see on the layers button on satellite map. Yeah, this stuff is rural backyard kind of stuff. Whereas possibly, somebody's lawnmower type of a fire. And it looks like there's a creek and it's a bit of a wetland sort of a thing, and then you've got some fields and then a wetland looking park. Wetland park. So with the wind direction, which is coming out of the west, I think it'll probably blow it towards the park, and the fields there. And this would be Vancouver's fire department, I would imagine. There are some. This is a neighborhood, so let's just do a quick check on wind direction for Vancouver, Washington. Now, not to be confused with Vancouver the island or Vancouver, BC the town. They need to just rename Vancouver Fort Vancouver so we don't get confused. So, yeah, we got a west wind, which is good. 16-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So it could blow the fire to the east or towards the southeast slightly. Okay, well, thank you for the heads up. Now, you know what? I'm going to take a little bathroom break, and then I'm going to, if you guys do not have an actual product that you want me to link yet, today if you sign up for Amazon Prime, I get a bounty for that. And apparently a bounty for Amazon's affiliate program here is like an extra bonus thing. So I'm going to look up how do I do this bounty. If you use that to get Prime itself, then that might be one of the most helpful things here. But let me use the bathroom. We'll be right back. Okay, friends, I'm back, but I decided I'm gonna upgrade my drink here. So I'm gonna get a Pepsi with real sugar. And I found out that buying some food items on Amazon is actually way cheaper than the store sometimes. One of these food items that I really love is um, those diamond almonds, the smoked almonds. If you haven't had these, you don't know what the heck you're missing. Now, Diamond, the company, and I'm not being paid for any of this. I did not check the box, by the way, saying that this stream contains paid promotion, because nobody's paying me to say this stuff. If I sound like a salesman, it's because I actually like these dang products. And I'll tell you when I don't like, too. Like NordVPN, I don't like it. I'm on it right now, I'm using it, but I don't like it. It's really slow. They don't have any good servers in Oregon. We've had random disconnections in my stream. It's just that I'm retrying NordVPN to see if they improved, and they have not. So, I'll give them some feedback, and hopefully I can only speak from my experience in the Pacific Northwest, but hopefully they'll improve the speeds for anybody in Portland. But I'm on a link to Seattle server, I think, right now through a different proxy. And boy, it not only cut my speed down to a fifth, but we have random disconnects and interrupts, and I have to reconnect sometimes. So, I'm one of those. It's supposed to be the influencer program, but there's a movement called the uninfluencer movement online where people say don't buy this or that, it's hype. So I'm both of these things, right? I will praise what I like, and I will tell you what I really don't like. So A Squirrel says, has there been any mention of biochar on this channel? Refresh my memory about that. Samson Miller says Tanker 1 just lifted off for the Portland fire. Wow. Really? Well, that isn't Portland's fire, it's Vancouver, Washington's, but let's take a look real quick. We are monitoring fires, and in between the fire updates, we are doing an experimental fundraiser for my stream to keep me going, because I have quit, the jobs where I normally make money, and that is repairing people's computers, building computers for people, and doing general troubleshooting for anybody on Windows or Android. So in order to be here, I can't have a day job. I have to drop whatever I'm doing and cover fires. So in order to continue this, I'm hoping that we can do a fundraiser through Amazon. If you use my link to buy products, then this doesn't cost anybody anything. Hopefully when you get deals today, I can get a percentage. So the description of the video has the link in general to the store. I thought I could add a whole bunch of products to the store really easily today. But when I went to do it, it was actually pretty difficult. Apparently, Amazon has to approve for you to put things in the store. Like if you create an idea list. I don't know why they do that. That's really weird. My storefront should be, the items that I recommend to people. So I was just used to other similar programs where you just boom, 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 put it up on a storefront and it's there. But we'll just work with what we got. Don't understand Amazon's reasoning on that. If we look here at the aircraft, I don't know if that's related to what's going on here. This could be a random helicopter. So, but if something is headed that way, East Millplain Boulevard is approximately here. Let's just verify where that fire is. 16th and Goodwin Road. Vegetation Fire. Millplain Neighborhood. 18th. Go due east of 18th. Okay. Look, yeah, due east of 18th. So it's here-ish. So I don't see any aircraft directly over it, but maybe they just haven't reached it yet. We'll check back. Okay, back to shopping. You like your Norton VPN, Cat says? Okay. But yeah, do tell us, A Squirrel, about biochar. Is that a way of making energy? Because if it is, we talked about that extensively in 2021. That is awesome. If we can prevent wildfires by raking, making fun of Trump's thing, raking the forest, right? Um, and generate electricity with it instead of just burning up the landscape and polluting, then that would mean that we'd be able to completely get off fossil fuels, I think. But there's a whole bunch of powers that be that don't want that to happen. So they're trying to convince the public that it's bad. So Cheryl says the Devil's Butte fire has burned 3,500 acres of grass and wheat crops. Yes, we should check on that too right before we begin shopping. The Devil's Butte. They renamed it from something else when I first started covering it, and that way over here, Smitty and I were perplexed because we thought that it might have been a typo. It went from 2 to 2,500 acres at its next update 1 hour later yesterday. We were like, I said, are you sure that's not 250? And he's like, well, it's hard to get info on it, but now out here when we were looking at it, yeah, technically that was yesterday because it was the wee hours in the morning. I was looking at the satellite view and such, and this really is the middle of nowhere. Not very inhabited, this entire county. Gilliam County is one of those counties that even Oregonians haven't even heard of because it's just so remote. And like I was explaining, Eastern Oregon's a tough place to live in. It's so extreme. So you would have extremely large, expansive ranches out here, and very, very few communities and very few actual homesteads. So just looking at this, it would be like, fire on the prairie sort of thing, the fast-moving grass type fire. But we were looking at which communities could it possibly be threatening, and there's really not much out here, period, for it to threaten, except unfortunately, a lot of really old cabins and homesteads from the 1840s. Everywhere you go in Eastern Oregon, there's these abandoned homesteads because the Donation Claim Land Act, the thing that started the Oregon Trail, was giving away free land in Oregon because nobody wanted to come here. It stipulated that you could claim 40 acres for yourself if you were a family and you were a white male with a family. Indians need not apply. Chinese and other types need not apply. Black people need not apply. But, it's 1840 and super racism time as far as government policies go. So if you were a white male and had a family, you were able to claim 40 acres, but you had to improve the land, such as build some sort of a dwelling on it. Most people chose log cabin, and then, dig a well sort of thing. Then clear a little area, unless it was already open and clear, like farm it somehow, do something, make it produce something, and stay on it for 6 years. And the vast, vast, vast majority of everybody who claimed land east of the Cascade Mountains got the heck out at the end of their 6th year and just left everything, because I cannot imagine how difficult that would be to live in any age before air conditioning. Eastern Oregon has these ferocious, crazy, insane windstorms that just about tear homes from foundations, just about lift a roof off, and they come out of nowhere. They have giant dust storms and haboobs, tumbleweeds will stack up against your vehicle or your house and overwhelm it and go over the top of the roof. The storms are insane, plus the temperature difference between day and night. It can be easily freezing at night through most of the year, and then during the summer it's routinely 115 degrees, so you could be freezing all night, baking all day. And you can't just go to the nearest watering hole and, cool off because there are none. It's like flat land, except every single one of the streams is down in a canyon. And it's so incredibly difficult for livestock or animals or anybody to go get to the water or get water. It's awful, completely awful to deal with without any sort of modern machinery. So what's sad though is you have all these iconic homesteads out there that these wildfires just burn up because they're not that high of a priority to save, and it's very difficult to save them when everything is dry grass around them, like old classical 1800s homesteads. So does my live stream take calls? Depends. Right now we're doing shopping, so I don't have much of a way to interact with somebody on a call. Oh, let's get in touch with me with my email. So if anybody wants to email me, it's catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. If you want to make a good old-fashioned donation to the stream, which is much appreciated, or send a gift card, then let me know in this email address, and I'll send you my P.O. Box address. So, okay, looking back up at the chat, I want to get to shopping now. So, okay, if you heard that beep, that's an earthquake alert. I had that set up because I'm monitoring the earthquakes that continue to rock the area of Lake Almanor. So I've got a big chunk of California in an earthquake. Let me know about any earthquakes larger than 3.0 on the Richter scale. This one was on the border of Idaho, though, so it doesn't concern us. Okay, so I'm going to shut this window. Hang on. Okay, friends, I'm back. Okay, so this light bulb that I was talking about, I really can't afford the Philips Hue stuff, which I kind of look at what it does seem quite overpriced. If you go by yourself to say Home Depot or something, and you wanted to buy strip lighting or strip LEDs or smart bulbs, they sell big giant spools of RGB lighting, mood lighting and such, or under cabinet and counter lighting. This stuff is really, really cheap. And so what Philips Hue does is they probably have a super app so that it all works correctly, but the markup on their hardware is so insane. I don't have anything to do with it. I just don't want to buy $94 light bulbs. So I looked into an alternative, a way that I can, just with a press of a button on my phone here, that I can control lighting without really leaving my seat, especially for a streaming setup. Now, mind you, I'm not 100% ready for streaming. This got interrupted by the fact that I've got glass shards in my fingertips from breaking a glass last week. Some of them are still in there. So I haven't been able to move the furniture around like I had been planning, although C-Probe and I are making some good progress. I'm going to assemble a different desk and have a cockpit, 3 desks around me with a whole bunch of ring lights, and so you can see me better, and then a really good quality microphone. So with your kind donations, I got a really good quality microphone. So all I have to do, go into the Fiat bulb app, chose Fiat as the brand to try, and I can adjust the light like this. It's just a slider on my phone. And you can use Alexa to control it as well. I just said her name. I wonder if I triggered her. Anyway, you could say, Alexa, turn on the color light. Alexa, make the color light 100%. Alexa, make the color light red. You know, you can't see her back there, but she's got a red light on now. So, Alexa, turn off the color light. This thing right now that I have using the phone, I mean, that's an example of the different color bulb that's over there, is just an Edison bulb. So if you go to Fiat Electric, I'll show you which one this is. And why is it showing me non-Fiat stuff? Fiat, F-E-I-T. Fiat bulb. F-E-I-T? Do I have it backwards? This is the other stuff that is, yeah, it's F-E-I-T. This stuff is promoted. But I've had Singlet bulbs. I got one for my mom. It came with her Echo Dot or whatever it was, and it was just really difficult to use. So I'm not recommending Singlet, even though they've got some special deal with Amazon. Why in the world is Fiat just not showing up? What? What? I have the package. This is the package. So it's one of these Edison bulbs. And I love it to death. It's usually around $15. Oh, that's because I'm sorted by Prime Day deals. Let's just go to all departments. There we go. It may not be part of Prime Day. That would surprise me. But let's find the Edison bulb. The smart Edison bulb that Fiat does. Oh, Fiat bulb. Smart Edison. That's what this cool nipple bulb is called. Yeah, they got the nipple on the very top. Edison style. Aha, here it is. Amazon's Choice, and it is on sale today. I'm going to put this in the chat. So I generate a text link, and as long as I put that in chat, if you guys follow it, click that right now. No matter what you buy, I should get at least some little portion of the commission. That would help out the stream greatly. So I do love this particular bulb. I've bought a couple of them now. And so as soon as I got it to work with the Wi-Fi system, Alexa told me and just started babbling, oh, we have found a bulb and now you can control it with your voice. Just awesome. So this only comes in one color, and it's a light amber. And like I said, though, it's dimmable. And I've got it on one of those standing lamps, torchlight lamps, behind my really big TV. So it's not shining directly in my face, but it's really wonderful. If you have a standing lamp, like a torchlight that has more than one socket, then you could put two of these in there and you can pair them together in the app, which is pretty easy to use. You can turn them on, off independently, or with one swipe up and down, dim them both at the same time, which is great. Or just tell Alexa to do it. So that's one of those things I endorse because it's cool. Yeah, you like 3000K temperature? I have always liked a little bit of an orange color, a little bit of a yellowish warm orange color. And that's because I have chronic headaches. I don't like daylight and the white and the bluish colors. Just, it creates a harsher glare for me. So I do warm white in general. Now, if you're in photography, yeah, that's totally different. It'll be everybody's individual preference. So Fiat, though, if you go to their store, which you just click here underneath title, is if it's a big name brand, you can always go to the store, you know, of that brand they've got plenty of others. The color light that's back there is one of those color changing bulbs, just like Philips Hue and whatever. So, yeah, you hit the smart button here. Well, it says cameras and doorbells, but they have smart bulbs. This is what the app looks like, by the way. And so the color light is this one that I have. So this one's a little bit more expensive, but it does any kind of color you can think of. You can just tell it, you can just tell Alexa or Google Home or whatever you've got, make it red, yellow, whatever. But you can go into the app and you can do really, really specific colors so that it matches whatever else you're doing. So the nice thing about Fiat is, unlike the singlet bulbs that I had, which I don't recommend, you don't have to have any weird thing plugged into your house. They're all independent and they're on your Wi-Fi. And it's even optional to have the app on your phone. I remember when I switched phones, I didn't even have it on. I was just using Alexa to do the basics. So I just told her what colors I wanted and how dim. But I put the app back on my phone to do the connection. And so now I can touch it and such. But that's how hands-off it can be. Anybody can operate it. They don't have to have the app. When I have guests over, I just pin this little thing to my refrigerator and tell them how to work the bulbs, what they're all called. And then, you say, Alexa, turn on the color light or the white light number 1, which is what I call this one, and white light number 2. So if you want the color bulb, then this is the link for that color bulb. So the color bulb. So I hope we're helping people shop here. What do you guys want to buy? What do you guys think about? Let's see. Bread Pea says lots of the Govee brand LED lights are on Prime Day sale. I have many Hue lights. I heard that Govee is more reasonable. Let's take a look at it. Govee bulbs under tools and home improvement. So wow, that looks. If these bulbs are quality, that looks pretty amazing. $30 for how many? Now, I've never used these before, plus a $4 coupon. These are smart lights, and it says they work with Hey Google and Alexa. So, yeah, so it looks like they have an app. Cool. So let me get you a link for that too. Next. Now, do you guys have any questions about phones? Phones are what I want to talk about next, and chargers. So that's the Govee lights. There's supposed to be a bounty here where I get extra bonus for signing people up for Prime. I've had Prime for years and never regretted it. Because I buy things like food off of Amazon too. And if you do subscribe and save, that has really helped me afford food more economically than the store. One thing, like things I love to buy are the diamond, like I said, the diamond smoked almonds. And they come from where I grew up by Marysville, California. And oh, they're just amazing. Sunsweet products are amazing too, like the dried prunes, and that's from the same region in California. But if you've ever had a smokehouse almond flavor, they're so expensive in the store. Diamond Smokehouse almonds. You have to try the smokehouse flavor. There's no MSG or any of that crap. Just good flavor, the kind that makes you want to lick your fingers, So whenever I go on trips, this goes with me. And it lasts quite a long time. It's in its own little zip bag. So you could get the 40 ounce, which is the 2.5 pounds for, what are they, about less than $12? Yeah, you go to buy the 10 ounce bags. They're like $16 at the store. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So this I have on my subscribe and save. And it looks like from May 8th to around July 1st, they were selling for about $3 know, $13.35, and now they're on sale for $11.68. They will keep quite a long time. So let's do a text link. This Smokehouse almonds. I'm going to add them to my store. Just incredible. Yeah, thanks for being here, Bliss3. So the Smokehouse almonds. Now, if you look to the right, there's a subscribe and save thing. So the more things you add to Amazon, like subscribe and save, it's a subscription to every month or twice a month or every other month, whatever you do. The more items that you have, you get either 5% discount for having a couple, or you get 15% discount on every single one of the items individually, which is amazing. So this is the way that you can make some dry goods that you can order off Amazon cheaper than the store, really save you money for your grocery budget. But if you haven't tried Blue Diamond Smokehouse, that flavor is amazing. Now for the crazy, there's the wasabi and soy. No, just no, not me. The dark chocolate I didn't find very good. But then again, you know, to each their own. To me, it tasted like a light cocoa flavor. A little bit disappointing to me, but that was a couple years ago. And the habanero barbecue one was kind of neat, but boy, it is intense. This roasted salted is just your good classical flavor. And salt and vinegar, I haven't tried, but it sounds good. So let me try to figure out, how do I sign people up for Amazon Prime and Jet? So where is the bounty? So on Amazon Prime Day, the bounty of people up for Prime. I got an email about this, but bicycle. See, this is what VPNs do. They make you prove yourself. These are motorcycles, not bicycles. Aha. Okay, Amazon Prime Day. Prime your audience for Prime Day. You can put the sign up for your email list on your Prime Day hub page. This is not at all what I'm. Invite only Prime Day deals. No. Whatever. How to earn bounties. So I'm new to this whole thing. So commission income statement, generate your post links. Be authentic, right? Always be linking. Always be linking. Grammar these days. Find perfect pairing. They're trying to be hip. They're like really trying to pair. How can I earn bounties? Get an affiliate link. Okay. Whatever. I guess they're really not saying. But, you know, I should be able to generate a link for somebody to just sign up for Amazon Prime. I love the fact that they've got really cool videos to watch. They've got all sorts of older shows that are amazing. I mean, I would just sign up for Prime just for the videos. There's some really cool shows that people have never heard of, like Fortitude. Just one of the craziest, most frightening horror TV shows you've never heard of. Whew, Catherine the Bounty Hunter. Hey, Debash Mode, how are you? So J Cat says, I'm looking for a deal on a 44-pound bag of M&M's plain. Okay, though, yeah. Debash Mode says, I recently got the Wise Color Smart Bulbs. Super easy, good bulbs, and a simple app. Cool. Are you looking to buy more? Because I could give you a link. So, yes, Catherine the Bounty Hunter. Hey, Cheryl M. So, what was I just saying? Yeah, Ivan's here. So, I gotta make sure there's no fires to check out. But supposedly, I should be able to get extra money by encouraging people to sign up for Prime. I'll show you the show Fortitude. It had Dennis Quaid in it in season 2. Season 1 was incredible. Season 2 is okay too. I don't think they ever made a season 3, but warning, very graphic, very horrifying. within the first 5 minutes, if you can stomach the show, you'll know. It has one of the most horrific polar bear attacks on a person I've ever seen in film, and that is the opening scene. So within 5 minutes of watching this show, you're gonna know whether or not you can cut it. It is horrific horror, and if you like the cast of a couple of things he's been in now, he was Dr. Frankenstein on that amazing show, Penny Dreadful. He's in it as a scientist. It's about a town north of the Arctic Circle that's well, let's just say a mammoth carcass is found and an ancient disease comes back to life. It's semi-supernatural, but it starts infecting people in the town, and bad things happen. It starts affecting their brain. So it's one of the world's most isolated communities, and all of a sudden murders begin. So, but this kind of show, this is an Amazon exclusive. It's with Prime Video. Nobody's ever heard of it, but it's quite good and suspenseful. I mean, you get free shipping on a whole lot of items, including things as heavy as anvils. But I like watching shows like this. It's something everybody should check out if you're into horror. But they'll have old ones, like just shows from your childhood, and older movies, oftentimes free with Prime. Looking back, unofficial Washington State Wildfire says urgent updates. The fire near Vancouver is approaching Goodwin Road, copter en route. 3 additional engines requested. That's Vancouver, as in Fort Vancouver, as in Washington. So let's take a look. Fire's approaching Goodwin Road. So is it headed east, though? Looks like there is a helicopter right there. Now there's a creek. I would think that they might have a good chance of stopping it at the creek and using the road as a good fire break. So let's look back at watch duty. To the east, which is the way the wind is blowing, I see mostly flatlands and a park. These 3 homes might be in danger, I'm not sure. But this is something that the local, city fire department's probably going to be responding to. When it reaches these fields, they've got a couple other roads to stop it at. Let's check with El Topo, pausing our fundraising shopping thing. Let's go up there. Do hit fire activity. Do we have all satellites? I don't see it. I don't even see a hotspot. It's not that big an acre. So this should be. Wait, which road is this? Yeah, Goodman. Let's take off the satellite. Goodwin Road, excuse me. We don't have a heat signature yet, so we can't particularly track it unless there is somebody with, who uploads video or pictures to watch duty. The fire's running into power lines, right? Instant Command has requested the police to shut down Goodwin Road in both directions. 3 additional engines requested. So this could, I don't know if they're going to call this a 2-alarm fire or something, because it's on the cusp of being a city fire and I call it a city vegetation fire. It's not really a wildfire. So it shouldn't take too many engines very long to get here. Now, like I said, this neighborhood way over here, Quinault Street and Payne, I think these people should be ready to go and be prepping, but I don't see a call for that. I really like the fact that there's boggy land here. This may even be part of a golf course of some sort. Maybe a small access road, like a dike access road. And they've got places for helicopters to dip out of right here. Plus, they've got good amounts of water to, they can lay hose long distance to hold these streets and lines. So thanks for keeping us abreast of that. We'll keep checking in. Cheryl M says, oh, great, I'll get smoke from Vancouver. Are you east of there, Cheryl? Yeah. So it's now updated to 3.5 acres. Okay. We'll keep looking at that. So back to the shopping fundraiser thing. Now, for the kitchen, let's see, where is my actual link? The actual link to my store, which I should have handy. Keep looking at that. Okay. Looking at, it's so weird to pause my own channel and look at my own stream. So, like I said, I haven't been able to put too much on the actual store front page. I guess that's what they're calling that. But check out the new logo for the stream, guys. What do you think of this? What do you think of this? You like it? Visit the store and you can see the new logo, right? So this is the store page. If you click on one of these products, then hopefully I should get a commission from something, whatever it is you buy. But just make sure cookies are enabled for Amazon, and maybe turn off an ad blocker that can interfere with it, with the referral link. So it's, like I said, it's just really weird where I can't just put all of the items here immediately. I can make a list, and so this one's my Make Life Easier in the Kitchen list. These are the bee's knees. I actually have these in the kitchen. I showed them last night. Now C-Probe comes over and he sees my absolutely, bespattered, I'll call it bespattered microwave. So I had blown up a couple of curry dishes and a few eggs. This was before Christmas. And he goes, "Oh, honey, you don't have one of these lids?" And I said, "What do you mean a microwave lid?" He goes, "I don't know what they're called, but they're anti-spatter lids, and they're microwave safe, and they fit right over a big plate or even a small one. It's got little ventilation holes. You can kind of see them right there. But it captures all the spatter, and then at the end of the day, you stick it in the dishwasher in the top rack." So these we purchased because they're made in the United States, and they have held up for more than 6 months and look like they're brand new. Well, except one got pushed up against a burner and got a little melted in a straight line, but they're still holding up. So these are just amazing. So they're right there front and center in the store, but here's the link. Now just tell me what you want to buy, the wave covers, and I'll be happy to make a link. So I haven't cleaned the microwave since October, or whatever the heck it was that he got this for me. It came in a pack of two, so he's got one, I've got one. And the microwave just looks squeaky clean. So I've been delighted by these. These are not on some sort of a Prime Day sale, but who cares? Like, they're $11.50, worth their weight in gold, if you ask me. What?
Best bang for the buck you'll
Yeah, that's what C-Probe's saying. He says, best bang for the buck you'll ever find. Yeah. Oh, he's also, you should be selling these. He's saying with a pack of two, you can have one in the dishwasher, the other one in live use at the time. But yeah, this is one of these incredible things where to have a 4.7 rating for 23,000 reviews, that's almost unheard of. And they're not fake. I can tell you, sometimes this gets suspicious and fake looking, but I'm delighted with these. And I like Made in America stuff. Now, if I had to give them, they have a deluxe version. If I had to give them some feedback, I'd say poke a couple more air holes in it. But these, C-Probe is saying, well, the splatter would be bad. I don't know about that. Well, whatever. But they can trap a little bit of moisture in there. Like if you're doing a long, that's great actually for for things like steaming vegetables. Usually my pizza slices, since I've got a pretty robust super microwave, you don't want to blast a pizza slice more than 30 seconds anyway. But anyway, the bash mode says that's gorgeous, the logo. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm going to do something different. I'm just going to sell this straight direct to you if anybody wants to buy. I have 3 of these. These are Pixel 7s, new in the box, and they're the white color, the snow white. And I can show them to you here on Amazon. And I'm sure Amazon might have a deal. Pixel 7 in snow, right? It's not Pro. These are just regular Pixel 7s, 128 gigs in snow, right? So it looks like they are on sale on Amazon. But these are all unlocked. I got these straight from the Google store. So we did, my mom and I did a couple of trade-ins of our old phones and got these Pixel 7s. So if you just want to buy this direct from me, I can do a PayPal and just tell me where to send it. I'll send it to most countries in the world. If you have somebody like, stationed somewhere, like a family member stationed, these are unlocked so they don't go to any specific carrier. I can do a FBO or whatever that is, the AFO. FBO is to send to military troopers. I just won't send it to an active war zone or a place where there's really corrupt postal systems or something like Italy, right? But these don't come with chargers, which sucks. Most new phones don't come with chargers. But I've got 3 of these if you just want to buy them direct from me, and that would save me money putting them on eBay or something with like commissions. But if you want to buy direct from Amazon, this is the Amazon link. Now the Pixel 6 I hated, the phone of chaos, just because my Pixel 6 turned out to be a broken lemon. Now it's my fault that I didn't return it right away. But when I got my Pixel 6, I bought it from Best Buy or something like that, it came in a package that was rolling around in the box, like clunk, 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 clunk. And I suspected it actually got physically damaged. But Pixel 7 learned a lot from the Pixel 6. What I will say about the Pixel 6 is that the camera is insanely good. The night sight that you do with the pixels these days, I did an amazing test, and maybe I can get this picture up for you guys. Myself, John Stoker, and C-Probe went to a small ghost town called Volcano in California. It's really cute. In fact, let me just show you this place. Go to Volcano, not Volcanoville, Volcano, California. It's a living ghost town, and I've tried to film a mini documentary there. It's so cute. One of the few ghost towns to survive the Great Depression. Like this town, you come in from this direction. It's got, some of its original wooden buildings from the gold rush, and this is their, original hotel, the George Hotel, St. George Hotel, I think. If you go and look at ancient archives, like California old photos, like from the 30s and earlier, not much has changed. A couple of buildings fell into the creek on this side, and you can see their foundations and whatnot. And but some of these are just restored, the original, 1840s and 49er era buildings. Like I said, some of them collapsed. So this is they preserved the stonemason, facade of this particular building. These were the one here collapsed, and now they have like an outdoor amphitheater because there's a creek back there, and I think floods happen. But on this side of the road, they have California's oldest continuously operating store right here. It's a general store, and I've been in there, and it's amazing. So there's historic plaques and whatever. But if you look at this main street in the 1930s, you have just 1930s vehicles out in front of it. But if you go and come around this corner, you know, this is the Masonic Lodge way back there. That's the original jail to the left. California's first astronomical observatory was here. There's an old Civil War cannon that's inside of there. Anyway, you'll see the video when I publish it. If you keep going down this direction, this is an old brewery, and the Masons made the facade for that. And then come over to here, and this is the Volcano Union Inn. So this is an amazing gourmet restaurant on the bottom, and you can stay the night there. I don't have an affiliate program with them or a link, but the whole point of me explaining this is at night after sunset, standing right here, the probe with his iPhone, me with my Pixel 6, and then me with my Galaxy S22. I tried all the latest phones, their night vision mode. And we took a picture of this with just Christmas lights. And the Pixel 6 hands down won. It just was better than the iPhone taking a nighttime, a night picture. It was incredible. So I'm gonna see if I can't get, if I put these, if I have made a, if I've sorted these videos, then I should have an easy way to show this. This is a spontaneous idea of mine. I should be able to show you that picture and just how amazing the night sight. It's handheld, and you can see all the details of the building as if it's daytime, and you can see stars and stuff in the background. I never thought that cameras would be that good in my lifetime. If you're from the old school era of having to use tripods and time-lapse and bulb mode on 35mm, you'll just shed tears of joy about how easy it is to take good photos at night. So let's see, volcano. I don't know that I may not have that sorted. Yeah, volcano town at night. Yeah, I think I found it. Nope, that's a video I took. Darn. Okay. Here I have it in my off screen here. I have it in my to sort sort these videos things. Okay, guys. Maybe I can't show that picture exactly right now, but just trust me. Just trust me. If you want the best night vision cameras, you would want the Pixel. Now the S22 and the S22 Plus, and the S23s are out. They're okay. They're okay with the night vision, but really, Pixel's got it on, man. It also has a feature called Magic Eraser. So if somebody is walking in the background of, say you're in front of some monument, like you're in Athens or something. Somebody's walking around in the background, you're taking a picture in front of the Parthenon, you can hit the magic eraser and tap a person, and AI just erases that person, inserts a background. That's pretty insane. Okay, so if you want to buy these directly from me, just let me know and give me an email. I've got 3 of these. I'll send them just about anywhere. It's catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. I've got a P.O. box, and also can take PayPal payments. So J.E.Cat says USPS is the worst now for mail theft. Well, that's mailbox theft. That's different than mail theft. I'm talking like, you want mail to reach Russia or Italy? You might as well just tape on the side of your package, "Here's your bribe. Please ensure my package gets there." I swear to God. I can tell you a really bad horror story about a taxidermist who sent a full-sized elk body to Italy for a museum, and the customs in Italy say, just hung on to it. Sometimes your mail is delivered about 6 months later in Italy. It's just that bad of a system. And so the museum person who bought it for the museum said it wasn't delivered. And basically, what that means is he didn't go and pay the bribe to break it out of jail. Like that's what you got to do when in Italy, if a package, a big, very expensive looking package or a crate has arrived, he refused to get it out of jail, so they put it in limbo of saying, "Oh yeah, we're just making sure it's not an endangered species," which was a lie. It was just all the paperwork was in order. That means really pay us our bribe to break your package out of jail. So PayPal has this thing and an eBay policy where if you don't deliver the goods within 30 days to anybody, then the buyer gets an instant refund. So the taxidermist told the buyer, well, if they're not going to release it, just return to senders. I'll pay for it to be sent back to the United States because this elk mount was worth something like $30,000. And paying $2.5 grand to get it back to the United States, well, at least he could resell it, right? Well, PayPal refunded the buyer, and when he tried to contact Italy's mail department and say, just return it to sender and here's the money for the postage, um, the Italian postal service says we've destroyed it because it was unclaimed property. So taxidermists just lost 30 grand. And that's just one of the horror stories I have about sending stuff to Italy. I used to send my pen pal postcards there, and they arrived 6, 7, 8 months later. So, oh, Debashmud says I emailed you a product link for the Waze bulb. You need a few more? Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Let me just see, since I'm lazy, if I can give you the Wise. Is it called Wise bulb? Okay. I can check the link too. So it's WYZE, right? WYZE. And thanks to Bashmode for ordering through my link. Maybe I'll make 65 cents at the end of the day. Somebody bought a children's book and I got 27 cents, and so it was under $5. So it gives me a little heart that maybe this could be a good kind of a fundraiser. So are they white? Are they these red colors? Because here's the single color. Let's make a link here. So this is the Wise Color Bulb single. There. Hugs for our kind host. Hey, Big Dog. Thanks for the hugs. Hugs back. If anybody needs hugs, please report to Big Dog. How are the fires, guys? Do keep me posted there. With this link, I think you can just click on 4-pack. You know, here. Is it a 4-pack of the color bulbs that you wanted to bash? Now, I've heard good things about Wise, but I myself have not tried them. Like I said, I'm with the Fiat system, FEIT, and I've had good experiences with it. But I'm sure that there are many that are good. Do they work very well with whatever ecosystem you have? Does it work with Alexa or the Google Assistant, or is their app good? That's one of the ways that you should actually shop. Like do this, like say Google Play Store. Go to the Google Play Store, like if you're on Android, and you would just look for phone apps. Gosh, this is totally different looking. So like Wise. Now, if people have given it, make your home smarter. I'm assuming this is the Bulb app. Now, if people have given it 3.8 and better reviews on average, this one's 3.9, then it probably works for most people. But if you get reviews below 3, like the 2.9 and 1 something, then you don't want to buy that product. It's not going to work with your phone. Now, most of the time, Apple people don't have to do this because Apple apps just tend to work because Apple doesn't allow really bad apps on their store usually. And so these companies, unfortunately, will polish to a shine all of their code and work for an iPhone app. But sometimes Android apps are the redheaded stepchild and the Cinderella of the family, right? So this one is for Wise, and so I see it's got some pretty good reviews. If you go to Fiat, it's got a 2.8. See, it says a whole bunch of difference, but there's only 10K reviews here. People are more frustrated in general with this one if the reviews are not fake. You always have to worry about fake reviews. Then you go to Philips Hue, and you got a 3.6 rating with 5+ million downloads, right? So 3.6, but Wise has 3.8, 3.9. That's impressive. Like, that impresses me right there. We don't know if all of these people are reporting success and happiness with the bulbs because it looks like they have other smart home products. But for an Android mainstream, app to be 3.9 and to be better than the Cadillac Philips Hue, that makes me have warm fuzzy feelings, and I feel good about recommending it. So, no, the single is fine. Great, great. So I haven't decided myself on a bulb ecosystem. I like Fiat, so I already have a bunch of those products, but I'm definitely into trying out other stuff. And once I settle on a system, then I'm going to get RGB string lights, and put those underneath the cabinet and in places like, the bathroom linen closet. Because I found out when it comes to organization, an unlit space is an unused space in your home. Oh, you know what? The super garage lights I need to show you guys. Now, doing a quick look back at the Vegetation Fire, East Mill Plain area by Goodwin Road in Clark County, Washington, the resources are making good progress on it. That's an update as of 1 minute ago. Oh, great. That's great. We are going to, keep an eye on these things. We've got an aircraft eye in the sky. Or maybe that's just a random Cessna that actually just left Grove Field. Excuse me. But they did have a helicopter look over at it. And sometimes just random, pilots will call in to the nearest tower and they'll say, I can see a fire headed this direction. Oftentimes the tower will relay that to 911 dispatch. So I learned a lot about that from, being with the pilots. Somebody just messaged me. Let me see if that's important. Now it's 4 o'clock, and I will have to go around 7-ish to be part of the ODART meeting, but I will be back whenever that's done, probably around 8 o'clock. So, okay, friends, you guys can direct me too. What do you want to shop for? On Amazon, I can tell you there are these garage lights that I have been eyeing. And these things are incredible. Now, there's so many different varieties, I don't know which one to recommend. But these, if you have a single bulb, like an outlet in your garage, they have invented a type of light that uses a single outlet, but it's super bright LEDs that are like the petals of a flower. And some of them you can nudge upwards. They hinge, right? Like up and down, and so you can nudge upwards to light more things, towards the ceiling. Like say, put more light, say the top of your shelves or shelving, or say if you suspended stuff from the ceiling like a bike rack. And some of them can be flexible, and you can even tilt them any which way to put more light on your project or whatever corner of the garage you're trying to do. So these are like the bee's knees. Sometimes they can be a little bit expensive, like $38, but you don't have to. I mean, gone are the days where you've got to suspend those long, fluorescent tubes for the ceiling to get long-range coverage across the garage. Like these are pretty incredible. I've seen them in the flesh. So yeah, gone are the days where you have to do this sort of thing, like fluorescent tubes suspended from the ceiling. It just liberates a lot of the upward space in your garage. So I don't know what brand to recommend. All of these are not name brands, but I want to give you at least a link to one of them. Okay, I don't know if you could hear that. That's looks like the probe is on his call that started around 4 o'clock. So if you hear him too much in the background, I'll tell him to. He's got a bad case of cell yell, which is kind of yelling whenever he's on the phone or like he's listening to his through his headset. This is a bargain. Wow, 33% off on a Prime Day deal. Now, if you buy anything from Amazon, you basically can return anything for any reason. So I may actually pick up these. It's a set of 2, so I could give one to my mom. So this is the super garage lights. These are the ones on sale. Now, okay, I don't think he's being picked up on my microwave, but he's quite loud to me. I was hoping he'd use my Wi-Fi on my porch for his meeting, but I don't know. If he gets loud, I'll kick him out. But no, he's awesome. So this gives you an idea that you mount it like so. Just goes into a regular light bulb socket, and because it's LEDs, you get a lot more light out of it than an incandescent. So yeah, let me tell him hush. Okay. All right. Yeah, $19, dude. They are usually like 38. So, and looking at the ratings, this is 4.7 and almost 6,000 ratings. Usually, that used to mean something. These days, there can be so many fake ratings that it's not that. It's hard to tell. But what I do is I look at the ratings that have a picture. Like this person is like a before and after, I would presume. So, unfortunately, it's not that big of a difference in his picture. You have to know how to lock the your camera to the same aperture to take before and after pictures. Otherwise, it'll just automatically adjust for the light. But here's a good picture before and after. Now, presumably, this person knows how to lock aperture. Wow. I don't know that it's this different. Because there's a slider for exposure value in cameras these days. It may not be quite that dramatic, but it does look better. And this person looks like they once had a pool table. Cool. So I just look at the shadows. Like, is it reaching more places without shadows? Anyway, it's hard to tell on that sort of thing, but usually reviews are not fake if you've got somebody with some pictures. Okay, going back. The big dog says, I called you with my new phone number and did you get it? It's probably live, no, but I'll check. But good to see you, big dog. Do you want to buy anything for Prime Day? Because what we're doing is people tell me what they want to buy, then I tell them the link. If somebody uses my link to buy anything, I should theoretically get a little percentage. So, does anybody want to upgrade their computer or buy computer accessories? That's what I specialize in, and as like a day job before I ever did Firestream. The kind of things that I like to buy are, upgrade your RAM and your hard drive and that sort of thing into solid state, and I can give you any advice you have. I can tell you which computers to buy off of Amazon, which ones are good, say a laptop or NUC. NUCs are miniature computers this big, and boy, they're amazing. You can take them in your purse, or you can mount them just straight up behind your monitor. They have all the power of your big old computers of yesteryear. The only thing that they usually can't do is like video edit, because you would want a really big video card, say video editing. But if you are just your average user and you don't want to spend a whole ton of money and you don't want a giant computer on the floor, something that you can't take with you places, then you want to buy an NUC. NUC is Intel's brand, and what Intel did is this thing almost fits in the palm of your hand. I was hoping they would show, something for scale. You can kind of get an idea of the scale because this is how big. These are full-size USB ports in the back, and that's a full-size Ethernet port, like a phone jack in the back, so you can tell these are about this big. What Intel did is they created, in general, a couple of little boxes, little computer cases this small, which is called mini ITX. That means very small computer. And they will put the motherboard in. The motherboard already has your basic, it's got your processor, and I think the RAM is in there. Usually you can upgrade your own RAM. It's got like a little slot, right? So it's one of those just add water kind of PCs. You get it for real cheap. And then comes with Windows 10 Pro, nice. And then it's got Thunderbolt 3. Wow, that's really fast. Thunderbolt 3 is about the fastest cord right now for any kind of Windows computer. Man, if you wanted to transfer anything, you could, like for example, you have a Thunderbolt enabled drive, external drive. That would just be rocketing fast. You would be able to transfer 4K videos back and forth just in no time. Man, Thunderbolt's amazing. You can also have a Thunderbolt hub connected to it, which would give you a million, USB ports and whatever. What you do when I say just add water is sometimes all you need to do is add your own. This is the exploded version. Add your own PCI Express SSD, like a SATA 1 or NVMe drives. Now the fastest drives these days aren't just solid state, but they're solid state NVMe. This sounds like nonsense to you. First of all, I'm going to get a link for this thing. This looks like a good one to have. Here you go. I want to show you NVMe drives. These are solid state drives that are the fastest on earth. They look like a stick, and oh my god, these are insane good deals. Wow. Wow. Now the Cadillac ones are called Samsung Pros. I mean, the Cadillac ones, they hold their value. These are the fastest that a consumer can buy any kind of hard drive right now. And hard drive's an old term for these things. These are called solid state. There's no moving parts. So it's basically a hard drive, but it's not the spinning disk thing. It's like a giant thumb drive, right? This operates super fast. So up until recently, 2 terabyte ones are about $400, and they have crashed in price. If you want to get the absolute best for your computer, you get 990 Pros. This one's a 980. You want definitely to be PCI Express 4, or now they're starting to make PCI Express 5s, but almost no computers have PCI Express 5. Go with the 4s is my advice to you. And if you have any sort of question, just let me know. But this is some of the cheapest I've ever seen this stuff. The 990s probably come in 4 terabytes. If you buy the previous computer like I was showing, it has a slot for this little thing. And you might think, oh man, this would be difficult to add. This would be so difficult. Not really. You take the lid off and you stick it in a slot, and you take out a screwdriver and you attach a screw. Boom, you've installed a hard drive. That's that. That's that. That's the way it works for a computer capable of taking one. Now you don't have to put it inside of a computer. You could put it in an enclosure, and you can have one of the world's fastest external drives. Like if you work a lot with video. So if you have any questions about this, I can guide you right through it. What I did is I got it's called an NVMe enclosure. So I'm gonna show you the 990 Pro. Oh my God, only 130 bucks for 2 terabytes, a 990 Pro. Whew. You see the list price, $289. Oh my God, I am so tempted. Oh, I have to restrain myself. I have to restrain myself. Let's look at the price tracker. Yeah. So Amazon's price was $189 back in May-ish. They had a really dang good sale on them for $170 back in late May. Super sale for $159. But is this the 2 terabyte model? I don't know what it is. And 169-ish. So they actually had a better sale going on earlier in June. You could wait for those prices to come by. Wait, no, I'm wrong. Yeah, it was 169 yesterday. It's not showing the Prime Day thing. It's not showing it. Oh, it's under there under Lightning Deal. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm wrong. It has never been this cheap before, ever. Never. It's never been this cheap. So I was looking at yesterday, the list price was $169. Holy mackerel. This is the kind of thing that's so cheap you could buy it right now and you could sell it tomorrow or the next day probably for quite a profit. Now this is the 990. Now they have 4 terabytes, so Samsung 4TB. If you don't want to go with the Cadillac, which is the Samsung brand, you could go with the next runner up, which I would say is Western Digital Black. So let's see. Maybe they're sold out of the 4 terabyte versions. And let's see. Express 4. Yeah, this is only 2 terabytes for $225. That's somebody else's listing. They may actually be sold out of the 4 terabytes, and that would have my name on it. So, if you want the best deal I've ever seen on a 990, this is going to be the link, guys. This will be the link. There you go. This is a 990 Pro Samsung 2 terabyte. Now, if you have an older computer, you may not have a slot for this thing to go into. So what I would recommend for you to upgrade, if you still are using an old spinning hard drive and you want to just make your computer blazing fast, 2 things you do. You upgrade to a solid state and you max out the RAM. Put as much RAM as you possibly can in your computer. And if you want me to give you advice for your personal computer, just let me know and I'll show you how. There's a really quick download that you can get called Specky. Specky will analyze your computer and it'll tell you what your hard drive is, what your processor is, what your RAM is. And then I can tell you exactly how to replace it, what to buy. This is easy as pie. RAMs are the easiest, simplest upgrades for a computer ever. You take the door off, you blow out some dust, you press 2 levers, pull out your old RAM, press 2 levers again, slap your new RAM in, and you're done. Like you just turned on the computer and you're done. And your computer's way faster. That's you don't need any help with that. So, see if you want an SSD, Samsung SSD, SATA ones are the ones that will work with your computer if it's older. Now these are the credit card sized hard drives basically that replace the old spinners. So Samsung is still the Cadillac, with Western Digital Blacks being the close runner-up. And these 4 terabytes are finally becoming affordable. So this one is an external drive. So this you just plug in the back of your computer with USB, right? So this has it's called the Shield because in this particular one it's rugged. It's got a hard, you know, probably a rubberized, silicone portion, so that protects a little bit. If you put it in your laptop bag and transport it, protect it. So wow, a 4 terabyte for $200. My eyes just popped out of my head. Wow. So it's rugged, built to endure. Yeah, it's a IP65, whatever that is. Rating for dust and water resistance. Kept cool at high speed. That matters. Because once your drive gets hot, like say it's in an enclosure that doesn't cool it down very well, once it gets hot, it slows down. Protect it. So the better heat, dissipation stuff you've got, the faster your hard drive is going to stay. You might start transferring a video and go, oh yeah, that's fast, and it slows down. What's going on? It's hot. That's what's going on. So it looks like that even though it has a rubberized coating, they've got a way to cool it, which probably means, if I had to guess, that they've got aluminum in the front or back of that. So, yeah, it's compatible with PC, Mac, Android, Android too, gaming consoles, and more. So the idea is you can have like a USB-C for it, and if you filled up your phone with taking a bunch of 4K videos or something at some event, like an air show, family reunion, whatever, you plug it in, transfer that stuff, and this will be very, very fast. And this is huge. You won't run out of room. And then you can start shooting more at whatever event you're at without doing the stupid stuff like buying cloud storage, which mostly is a ripoff. Mostly a ripoff. So this is incredible. This is usually $429. I mean, Amazon had some deals on it for $270 back in April. Some super deals for $219 back in late May-ish. And so last couple of days, it's been at least $260. So you're still getting quite the bargain at $199. It's the cheapest it's ever been. I am totally floored by the fact that 4 terabytes are under $600. Like Christmas time, $460 to $600 prices of things like this. This is incredible. So if you want any sort of external drive, this is it. This is the Cadillac. This is it. Don't even bother looking at anything else. This is one hell of a deal. So I'm gonna put this guy here. So this is the Cadillac external 4 terabyte drive. Oh man, I'm salivating over that. Okay. So Brad P says, if you're pleased with your streaming gear, be cool to add a link to your store page. Oh yeah. Mostly pleased with it. Mostly pleased with it. I actually don't have all of it out of here. But yeah, okay. Yeah, what are you looking for in streaming gear, Brad? I can tell you what my headset is right now. It's the JBL Quantum 800. So the Quantum 800s may be going out of stock in general because the 810s replace the Quantum 800s. Now I dropped these on the floor, so I broke their on button. And I did purchase 810s, but they're new in the box. Because as soon as I purchased the 810s, I didn't realize the 910s had come out. So the 800s and 810s don't have too much difference between them. So yeah, these are renewed. Renewed means refurbished. Don't buy it. Never buy renewed electronics. Ever. 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 Because they don't have the same warranty as a good one, as a brand new one. So they have stupid things like 30 and 60-day warranties, which tell you they expect them to break again. And sometimes, whenever I tried that in the past, before I learned my lesson, I would get broken stuff just mailed me. It's like they take the broken returns and then just slap a renewed label on it and just resell them, I swear. And I'm not talking about a specific brand. I'm talking about the general game in general. Never buy renewed electronics. Do not ever be tempted by this. Oh, yeah, it's $40 off or something. No. Just no. It looks like the 800s are completely sold out and or not made anymore. But they are one of the best things you can buy for Windows to get high quality sound through your headset while you're talking to somebody, like on a Zoom meeting or whatever. I got to tell you about Windows and this horrible thing. I'm going to link you the 810s right now. Now the 810s are slightly better than the 800s on my head right now. Now you can hear quality of my voice. This is using the dongle, which is the 2.5 gigahertz version. I'm not using Bluetooth, and I'll tell you why. So here, let me give you the text link, the JBL Quantum 810s. So the Quantum 810, there we go. Yeah, I'm speaking to you right now on the 810s. Now I have a better microphone. Hold on, guys. If I fall to my death, just put this on my tombstone. Okay, I used a chair with wheels to reach up. Oh, I should tell you about my chair wheels. They're incredible. Oh, I can't reach the microphone. C-Pro would have to do that. That is a high ledge. You know what? Maybe I can grab a ruler and scooch it on over. It got pushed to the back of this really high shelf. Come on. Come on. Okay, I'm coaxing it over. Coaxing it over. Alright. Alright. Ugh! Reminder, tell C-Pro to never stack anything at man height ever again. It's gotta be Catherine height. Alright. Alright. So, a reminder, I have 3 brand new in the box Pixel 7s. Just the basic ones, not Pros. 128 gigs, white. Just email me, and I'll sell those to you direct. This is the microphone that I'm going to switch to. Thank you for your kind donations. This is what I got with it. This should be super professional sounding. This is a professional microphone. It's the Shure Super 55 that makes you feel like Elvis. It's also nicknamed the Elvis mic. It actually is the microphone that Elvis used. Resurrected for 2022, 2020, when it came out. But the insides of it are the same as the 50s. It's got that classical look, right? So, it is an XLR connection mic, which means you've got to have something. This is why it's not set up right. Because A, I'm going to move furniture around to accommodate the microphone stand. And then this is what it's going to plug into. And I thank everybody for your kind donations. This is not cheap. This is the Go XLR. It's probably cheap today, but it's not cheap. This is like a $600, $500 to $600 soundboard that will take multiple XLR microphones. So yes, I should definitely make a little part of the store where somebody wants to really get into streaming and sound pro, not like I do right now. This is a gaming headset, right? If you really want to sound pro, you get that stuff. That's what I'm talking about. So I will quickly link you to those items. But I want to say something real quick about why somebody, just average person, right? You want to sound good, and you want good clarity and good sound. Do you want, I'll put it this way, to eliminate echo? Like have you been on a Zoom meeting or anything like that, Skype, where everybody says you have echo, right? Turn down your volume because you have people coming out of the speakers. Well, what you solve that by just wearing headphones, right? Now, if you don't want to have the issue where people are like, I can't hear you, or they're having trouble with your voice clarity, what you need is to move your microphone closer to yourself. Now, what if you're on a laptop? That means like practically getting so close to your laptop you look like this, right? For people, or you start shouting at your laptop, and meanwhile, all of the room background noises are messing up your call. If you want to be pro, then what you need is a headset. Now, if you want, this has a noise canceling mic. So other than the craziness with C Pro putting boulders in the kitchen garbage disposal, other than that, you generally can't hear anything that's going on in the room or around me because this is a noise canceling microphone. Now, this is not broadcast quality stuff. I mean, you can hear that in my voice right now. The Pro mic will be. But this solves all of your problems if you don't want to have multiple headphones. If you want to have one just for listening to music or your movies and working, these cancel noise, like the room noise. So it's not quite super deluxe. It's not quite Bose quality noise cancellation. But it really does a much better job. It tones down stuff like air conditioning and all that crap going on in the room. Like the dishwasher, the sounds of the fridge. So, and it's got very high quality sound, so you can listen to music and you can listen to TV shows. It also has an app where you can put on stereo surround. So it sounds good. If you just want to walk around, you mute yourself by clicking this up. So if you have to do something biologically embarrassing while on a Zoom or Skype call, you just go click. And you have muted yourself. And you don't have to fumble around for a button or whatever. Just whatever embarrassing sound just won't happen. So these are plug and play. You get a dongle, which is a thing that plugs into a USB port, and you pair it by just pressing a button here, and then boom, you're on Windows. You can download the software, which I highly recommend, and then you can play with the equalizer and do all sorts of nice stuff. So this is noise canceling, kind of like Bose, just not on the same nice level, but you have a built-in microphone that cancels most noise, and it's okay if you're Zooming your Skype calls. Now, the cool thing about it is it has a very rare feature. I can be connected via Bluetooth to my phone at the same time as being connected to my computer and talking to anybody on my computer. I can hear when I get a phone call, and it'll just switch effortlessly to the phone call, should I answer it, right? I can hear when I get a text message. And the problem is if you just have a headset and you're just connected to your computer, you wouldn't be able to hear your phone because you have noise canceling on, right? Well, this takes care of that. I hear everything ring. So if I want to up and down the volume call, I do it from the phone. Just press up and down. People are louder or whatever. So what Windows has is a fatal flaw. If you think you can buy any old Bluetooth headset and you're going to have good sound, you don't. Windows 10 has this fatal flaw, and of course 7 too, if anybody's still on 7, where if you're using the microphone, because Windows only has a bad Bluetooth protocol, some Bluetooth 4 thing, Bluetooth 5 and stuff is out now, because it's not the nice Bluetooth 5 that Windows uses. It makes everything you hear in mono and really bad, like AM radio level quality, if you're using the microphone at the same time. That's just if you use Bluetooth with Windows. So I will never connect Bluetooth with Windows. I'll connect it to my phone and be crystal clear, right? So there are a few headsets, this JBL is one of them, that have, like I said, the little USB dongle, which is like just a USB thing that plugs in, right? It's like a flash drive. So if you want to still hear good quality stereo sound at the same time as speaking, say watching a movie with somebody, then this is what you want. You want the JBL Quantum 810s or the Quantum 910s. So let me link the Quantum 910s. I have tried just about all of these. I ordered about 9 different sets of headsets. 9 different ones, had them delivered, and only kept one, and that was the JBL. Because the others were just so bad. So, wow, there's only one left in stock. Okay, well, yeah, I can see why. It's 40% off. Holy mackerel. So here's the JBL Quantum 910s. Get them while they're hot. This is the very latest. Yeah, thanks for being here, Cheryl. Okay, Unofficial says, is the fire tracking done for today? No. Just tell me which one you want an update on. So, when somebody says that, hey, I want an update on such and such fire, then we go look at it. Oh, for example, this Vegetation Fire in Clark County, 19 minutes ago, or it's mop up in progress. Some resources being released. Final update unless conditions change. So sweet. It's a done deal. Looks like no structures lost. Now, which fires do you want me to give you an update on? We can go back down and look at what's going on east of Fresno. I'm trying to make this chat driven as much as possible, but we've only got 17 people here. So I don't think people are that engaged with this whole shopping thing like I was hoping. Ah, the cotton fire. The fire has been knocked down. There's a dozer line around 75% of the fire, and the hose lays are in progress on both flanks as per radio traffic. Sweet. I don't see the cotton fire being anything, but pretty much done deal east of Fresno. Now, what was going on in this neighborhood? That was 7 hours ago. Something east of Clear Lake, which looked like it was in a neighborhood. We have a prescribed burn happening right now near Tahoe. Right next to Tahoe, right next to South Lake Tahoe, next to Emerald Bay. So it says conditions and weather permitting, USDA Forest Service, Lake Tahoe Basin Management, is scheduled to burn a bunch of piles at Spring Creek near South Lake Tahoe. So burning piles is taking dead vegetation off the forest floor, scraping it into piles and burning the piles. That's what that means. It's also called burning the slash. Now, southwest of Clear Lake. 4 minutes ago, we got a picture. Now, this is brand new, guys. Brand new fire. Northwest of Cloverdale, next to Clear Lake, California. Excuse me. Southwest of Clear Lake. Just north of Lake Sonoma. And just west of Preston. So, we do have a bushfire out here. It's 5 acres in size and heavy timber. This one has a moderate rate of spread per air attack. So they are requesting an additional tanker for a total of 4. They're starting both types of heli tankers for a total of 4 copters. This is new, guys. So it's moving uphill with some wind on it, as per the tankers talking about this on the theme. So slow rate of spread as of 32 minutes ago. So we will have to take a look at this and keep an eye on that. Let's look at the aircraft response. And we'll look at the weather to see if that has any pressing concern. All right. No, to answer your question, are we ever done tracking? Never. If I'm live, I'm tracking fires. But I'm not a psychic that gets alerted to every single one of them. So if one of them starts, much of the time I'm dependent on you guys to allow to know about it. Otherwise, I'd just be glued to this all day. And the funny thing about it is I have alerts set up for every single county in California, and because I have so many new notifications on watch duty, they stop beeping my phone, and they just get rolled up into their own little cluster. So unless I check the cluster and look at scroll through the endless amount of alerts, I actually hear about fewer of the California wildfires than ever. So I'm going to discuss that with them to see if notifications can change. It may be the way that Samsung does notifications to prevent bling, 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 link from happening to somebody's phone, or it could be the way that the app is designed. I don't know. And they've already got some aircraft out here. So we've got a Sikorsky Firehawk already on the sea. We've got a Marsh Turbo Tracker scooper. So these are somewhat small, medium-sized scooper. Cool. So that one's here. I bet you it's going to be dipping at a clear lake. So that one's around. We've also got, what is that, a Bronco? The OV-10A, is that a Bronco, or am I thinking of... Oh, we got a second turbo tracker. I don't think the Russian River is deep enough at all here for them to be scooping out of. They've got to use a different lake, either Lake Sonoma or Clear Lake itself. Heck, they could just be... If they're dropping retardant, that'll be out of the Sonoma County Airport. Every year, certain airports are staffed with retardant, and so they'll return to those specific ones. I mean, aircraft travel so fast, they're not going to try to deliver retardant to every single airport after the fire breaks out, because it just wouldn't get there on time. So even if it looks like it's far away, whichever tankers are dropping retardant are going to go to the same bases that have it. So since these took off directly from nearby Sonoma Airport, they arrived really fast. So let's look at the cameras. This one is called the Alder something what now? The Hogfire. Okay, looks like it got renamed. It was called, well, actually, maybe it's just next to Alder something Springs. Alder Glen Spring. Sounds like a place name. Or maybe a former resort. Okay, so which cameras would be looking at this? This is the Axis Pine camera. Alright. Axis Pine camera. Look. Pine. I don't think the word Axis matters. Alright, let's just go to their homepage. For some reason, that has never worked. Yeah, I don't think Axis. Pine. Pine. Huh. Alright, let's just find it manually. Let's go to... Lake Mendes. Let's look here. Pine. The most generic sounding camera I've ever heard of. Now, just west of Preston, Cloverdale, Lake Sonoma. Just orienting myself. Southwest of Clear Lake, just north of Lake Sonoma by Preston. Okay. Lake Sonoma. Cloverdale. Geyser Road. What would be pointing this way? This one. Pine Mountain. Aha. Okay, let's do a 30-minute time lapse. It's been going on for more than 30 minutes then. Oh, you could see the tankers rolling in there. We did have some red splashes. We know the marsh is probably loaded with retardant. Here's the 1-hour time lapse. Slow to moderate is good, but once it reaches a hilltop, wind might start driving it faster. We don't know if this is sheltered from the wind out here, or if it's acting more as a wind tunnel, but it could be either or. Let's go to windy and look at the forecast. Down. by Clear Lake, Cloverdale. In general, let's see, it's almost 5 p.m. So why the hell does it say 2 p.m.? This is what bothers me about windy. Like, why are you at the wrong time? Alright, so we have this really mild winds of 6 miles an hour, but 21 mile an hour wind gusts, winds out of the southwest in general. So let's see if it is threatening a community. Not much. Did they put the flame, though, where the actual fire is? Because I've noticed that's not always accurate. It's sometimes just a vicinity thing. Yeah, because look at the way this camera's looking. I don't think this is due southeast of Preston. We're going to have to cross-reference this with CalTopo and see if there's a heat signature. Now, Preston. Let's see. We do have some inhabitations over here. It looks like a trailer park. I don't know if that is a campground or, say, a straight-up trailer park. And we got ranches in the general vicinity. So, but wind out of the southwest would be blowing it towards Colonel William R. Bill Lucius Highway, and perhaps a trailer park and or campground by Geysers Road. So, let's go to CalTopo. Clear Lake has always got problems with wildfires. It's just in that rocky area, and these are fault lines. You can tell how they look all folded and weird. I don't know if they're active or not. So, down. Cloverdale, the Russian River. I do not see a heat signature yet. So it may not be big enough for satellites to detect it, but the fact that it's kind of on a hillside that's a little bit sheltered and shaded might have something to do with maybe a problem of detecting it. But just looking at the current camera, it's not big enough yet. It's just not big enough yet. Very, very, oh, there's a plane right there. See? There's one of those fingers. Oh, we can zoom. Wow. Incredible. I don't think we can zoom while it's replaying. We can! Oh, what a cool feature. Sweet. You can zoom in during the replay. That was not something we had access to before. Amazing. I wonder what that is. It could be like a plantation or a greenhouse or something like that over there. Could be somebody's rural property. Okay, do keep us informed. We have that one of mild concern. Not the biggest windy day in the world, but we do want to keep an eye on that one. We have a Geyser Peak cam and a Pine Mountain cam. Anything else I need to be aware of on watch duty right now, guys? Yeah, good. Thank you for being here, Washington State. If you do have to go. And I was hoping that you could help keep track of what's going on in Washington State, because we're not getting that many updates. We're not getting that many updates on what's going on by Wenatchee, the Baird Springs. So it looks like 4 hours ago was our last update. But if you're still here with us, do let us know what's going on with the Baird Springs fire. Okay, so let's go back to shopping time in our fundraiser. What do you guys want to buy? This is one of the... I only buy major products a couple of days of the year. I buy things on Black Friday, Amazon Prime Day, and I buy things, Christmas sales. But other than that, sometimes Memorial Day sales. I just save up all my money all year long and then buy stuff when it's the cheapest. And then I hardly look at buying anything. Now, what do you guys want? What kind of things do you want? Do you want phone cases? Are you shopping for new phones? Do you want to know more about anything I've talked about earlier about like making your life easier, like the garage lights, these sorts of things? What I've really liked, what has helped make my life easier, a couple of things. I've got a really good fast charger, quick charger. So I want to make sure I know which brand that is. I'm going to check that out on my phone. And it charges. It's really tiny, fits in the purse. It's a USB-C charger. Because if you buy a phone these days, it don't come with one. And it's good for Android and iPhone both. I'm going to go into my order history. My orders. And so I'm just going to look up charger. If they still make the one for the car, I will let you guys know about that too. This cute little thing. Yeah, it's by a no-name brand that I've never heard of. It has been amazing. And it came with USB-C to C cable. It's white. And it's so tiny, I just keep it in my purse. So it's called the AI Health 20-watt USB-C charger. Now you can get ones of a higher wattage, right? Here it is. You can get ones of higher wattage, but they're usually not that small, like to fit in your purse. This thing is tiny. In fact, it looks bigger than it actually is. It's tiny. In fact, I can go. Hell, why am I telling you about it when I can show you? Headed out for a smoke? Okay, C-Probe's going out for his bad habit. C-Probe. Remember how I'm live and I'm still talking to people? Yeah, remember that part? The whole you're supposed to be quiet in the background part? He's just grinning right now. I'm giving him crap. Oh, I'm supposed to be quiet for your meeting. Okay. Wait, did I not put it back in my... Oh, I did. It's so small I lose it in my purse. Look, this thing's tiny. It's this little mini charger thing. Oh, I'll put my hand behind it so you can see. It's tiny, but it starts really quick charging the phone. And it came with a USB-C charger. Oh, I totally forgot to link the Elvis microphone. But this thing is cute. Now I would like the plug to fold. You know that then it would be even smaller, but it would be a much more expensive product. So this is about awesome for $9. Oh, there's a 33-watt version. Oh, that is sweet. So if you really want to quick charge your phone, these are the things. These are the chargers that should come with phones these days. They just don't. So heck yeah, $14 for a 33-watt version. Heck yeah. So the little thing gets warm, but it doesn't get hot. And that's another thing. I think it's got a UL listing, which is like passing the safety test. I think this version has that. Yeah. This one's ETL certified. FCC, CE, and ROHS certified. Provides safeguard circuit design to keep it safe from overcurrent, overvoltage, and overheating while charging. That's what you really have to look for. Plenty of these chargers will be cheap, but they'll be cheap because they never passed a safety test, and they come straight from China where they don't even look twice. They're rolling off the manufacturing thing. But I've been quite happy with this. I've owned it for more than a year. No problems. So this is really awesome. And I should link the Go XLR and the Elvis mic. So this is the tiny charger for phones and tablets. This thing is great. Yeah, Smitty, I know 4 hours since the last Bayard Springs watch duty update. I hope no news is good news. And we'll have to figure out from InstaWeb later what's going on with the fire on Mount Hood, near Mount Hood. very close to Mount Hood. The Boulder fire, but they'll have their work cut out for them with the 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Okay, so the Elvis microphone is the Shure with an H Super 55 Deluxe. The Elvis mic. Now there's two different versions of this. It's $165 today. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, that's the cheapest I've ever seen it. It's way cheaper than what I bought it for. Whoa. Yeah, I've never seen it this cheap. I eyed this thing for years before your kind donations were able to help me out buy this. I think I pounced on it when it was, what, like $200, because it's usually $250. And that's what it was for the, I think I bought it on, wow. I bought it on Black Friday. I've never seen it this cheap, and this is not a cheap microphone. Now the Super 55 is different than the 55 in two ways. It's hypercardioid. Actually, supercardioid is what they're calling it. What that means is it's got a cardio like heart shape. When you speak into it or sing into it, it has a heart-shaped pickup pattern just next to your mouth. It won't pick up any sounds behind it. Omnidirectional means it picks up sounds from everywhere. Well, this one is just a heart-shaped pattern in front of your mouth, so that you don't have the side, any sort of noise from outside happening. So supercardioid means it's a very small pickup pattern, just right in front of itself. It's one of those microphones where you speak this close to it and you're perfect. It's this far away from you and it doesn't hear you at all. So this is perfect. This is okay. And it's like being muted if you're that far away. Like, that's the concept. So the reason you would want this is if you're in a somewhat loud environment. Like, I'm pretty sure if I was speaking into it, you wouldn't be able to hear that loud. You wouldn't even be able to hear the kitchen garbage disposal running, or a dump truck working outside, or the dang crows out. When I've got the window open, you'll hear almost nothing. So every vocalist in the world wants one of these, especially for stage, because you're not going to get the feedback sound from like other instruments showing up into it. And it's super good for professional podcasting and professional video like streaming work like I'm doing, because you don't have to elaborately tune in your streaming software all these settings to try to get out background noise. It's pretty much turn it on and go. So the supercardioid, that's what it does for you. And you don't have to have a pop filter either, because it's built in. See that blue foam? That'll take away the sounds, the plosives. You ever just listen to somebody and there's that sounds are just bad whenever they say something that ends with S or T. They're called plosives. You're supposed to have a little filter, like a little round filter in front of a microphone to get rid of that stuff. Well, you don't need that. You don't need that with this thing. And this is the cheapest I've ever seen it. I wish I bought it for this price. Wish I could return it now and rebuy it for this price. Holy mackerel. I mean, you definitely could resell this like the day after tomorrow for around $250, like $235, and just make a tiny little profit here. Holy mackerel. So this one even comes with a zippered pouch, but Shure is one of the big names in microphones. Like, I think Shure microphones are in the United Nations headquarters, when people are talking into the little microphone. Like Shure is professional. The SMB 250 is another one that people love. Now, there's a cardioid version, not the Super Deluxe. Wow, it's not on sale either. It's $200. This one has a mute button. It's an on and off switch. Now, I really wish the Super had the on and off switch. Because like I said, you have to make it embarrassing. You ate a bad burrito and you're a fart machine or something. You just want to click that, and so the world doesn't hear about it, right? Now with the Super 55, I'm gonna have to, put a manual mute button somewhere on the Go XLR in order to take care of that problem. And I'm not sure I'm gonna be safe with that. I might be yanking the cord out, from below if I ever have to make a, belch off camera or something like that. So let's see if the Go XLR is on sale. This is one of the best audio mixers that you could buy that's easy to use. So as soon as I set this up, I have to have a couple sound people like John Stoker help me set it up. Wow, it's only $3.79 today. This is going to be on my desk, and I should be able to eventually set it up so I have two different microphones in here, so I could be interviewing somebody live like it's a radio station. I could look more like I have a radio station going on. So somebody like C-Probe could have his own microphone. Not the Super 55, that's for me. But he'll have a lesser quality microphone. And he could talk into it and I could talk into it, and it could be like a radio show. This will also allow me with these little hot buttons to do everything from little sound effects, to funny things like beep out cussing, like beep. That's what the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are. If there's a problem with, my voice, I could adjust it with the dials. So it's got all these hotkey setups, and there would be my mute button. So this is the rear of it, and it has the XLR in for an XLR microphone. I thought I had another input. I thought I had two inputs. I don't know, but it also has a regular 3.5 jack for a microphone. This thing is the bee's knees. Everybody loves these. Let's see. Wow, what the steepness of this discount is. You can see it's typically $579. Today it's, yesterday it was what, $399. It's been on sale on Amazon for a little bit, but today the lightning deal $379. That's absolutely an awesome deal. It usually hovers between $580 to, when it's on sale, it's $450. Now, if you want to get this is not part of my Amazon thing. If you want to get this plugin, track prices on Amazon for yourself, this is just a normal plugin that I have. It's called Keepa. I'll give you a link. Keepa, asking me if I'm a robot again. Buses. NordVPN, thanks a lot. Almost any VPN will do this, though. It's called Keepa, the Amazon price tracker. So you just go here, keepa.com/ and just follow the instructions here. And every time I go to Amazon, I can see the price tracker, see if I'm actually getting a good deal, if it's one of those fake deals where they mark it up to mark it down. And Amazon does that sometimes, or at least the sellers do, where it says, oh yeah, you're getting 85% off, and in reality it's almost always around that price. Marked it up to mark it down for the fake sort of thing. That happens. So just let you guys know, Keepa has a cool feature where it'll let you know if anything that you really, really want is on sale. I just haven't set that up for quite a long time, but I can't believe this Go XLR is under $400. Yes, dear. I'm actually pretty dang hungry. What's on the menu? Taco. Steak sandwich. Chicken nuggets. And pizza. Leftover soggy pizza. Now, I don't Yeah, oh yeah, I could say which toaster oven air fryer I got. That thing is amazing. Um, how many days ago did we have tacos? Aren't we on the cusp of that being bad? I'm pretty sure the steak is bad. Hang on, friends. Probe's gonna cook for me here again. Uh, well, we put plenty of salt on the taco meat, actually. Not enough salt, but salted it to your liking. Enough salt to last through the winter. Whatever. He doesn't like salt. I do. No, you don't. Okay, I'll have a taco, please, and I'll just do the sniff test, see if that meat has gone wrong. Okay, friend, sorry. I do have to have sustenance. So, when do you leave for your whatever your? Yeah, C-Probe has to do his job. When do you leave for your thing? You're going to that airplane meeting? C-Probe. C-Probe. When do you leave for your meeting? Hang on, friends. Oh, you have to leave in 20 minutes? Okay. All right. He's got to leave in about 20 minutes. He's got to go to an in-person meeting for some airplane thing. Okay, friend. Okay, so who wants to shop? Like, is this working? Does nobody want to shop? Do you need something? Because things are like things. Just oh yeah, I haven't given you the link. Almost everything right now is super sale on Amazon, and it's gonna be cheaper than any other time of the year. Super sale. That's the Go XLR right there. The best phone cases I've ever used. The one I keep kind of showing here. That's clear, and yet it's got texture, so you can keep holding your phone. That one is the what's it called again? It's on the back, the silverback. So I have a Galaxy S22 silverback case. I have the S22 Plus. It's just been an okay phone. It's nice and large, but you know, I'm not that happy with the notifications thing that Samsung does. Sometimes I don't even know what notification has hit my phone. I didn't think I could be less happy than I was with the Pixel 6, but I am. It may just be the way the Android is right now. So this is really awesome. They probably make it for your phone if it's popular, but this is the silverback case. And so I was literally leaning out of an airplane filming and really happy to hold it like this and know that I just could not drop it. Over the edges of waterfalls, whatever, just film like this. Out car windows. And I wore it out. I mean, I wore it to death. I've been really messing with this, and this finally got loose. But this has held up for more than a year, and it is a kickstand. So not only is it a way to hold your phone, and like I said, it got loose, but you can't drop it. You know, you can't drop it. If you have a ring on the back of your phone, if you've never tried having a phone case with a ring, silverback's the way to go, and it's not that expensive. So it's clear, and like I said, see the side right there? It's got, if you're just holding it like so, it's got textured sides. And the back of it is kind of that rubbery TPU stuff. Now, people are like, I hate it when they go yellow. A lot of times exposure to the sun does that, but this is over a year and it's not yellow. That's pretty dang good. I think a year's lifespan for any sort of a cell phone is pretty dang good. Another thing you want to look for is reinforced corners. These are, see the reinforced corners. They also make your phone, you can put it face down, it won't actually touch the surface. It keeps the screen up off the surface a little bit. It's recessed. Not enough to be irritating, but enough to keep it safe. I've never used a screen protector thing here, and I've never scratched my screens either, because you put them face down, whatever, because of that little lip. So I actually, in order to find the world's best cell phone holders, I ordered like 20 of these literally from Amazon, took back 19 and kept the silverback. These are incredible. So, if you know anybody who drops their phone, or, may have a palsy, silverback green phone case. This one's for Galaxy S22 Plus, but you can go to the store, and they've got them for iPhones and everything. You just click right here. Cheap, high quality. Inexpensive, high quality, I should say. So they got the ones for your variety of Samsungs, iPhones, and Pixels right here. Oh, and Motorola's, which are also a good brand. So I give these as away as presents, and people are like, "Oh, this is an amazing case." And everywhere I go, people are like, "What is your case?" It's a silverback. Now, it will say that this is a magnetic thing, like you could use a magnetic phone holder. Nah, it's really not that good. However, nothing stops you. Okay, let me clear my space. Nothing stops you, though, from actually inserting a magnet underneath the case. One that's
microwave plastic spill protector.
You're in love with that thing. You need to start your own stream and sell those C-Probe. Okay, friends, I have a taco. One that I hope the meat is still good. If I die, you'll know that it went bad. Taco night was quite a while ago. Okay, so is anybody still with me? Like, does anybody actually want to shop? I'm having a blast, but I don't even know if anybody's with me. We got 14 or so people with us right now. I'm going to turn on the air conditioning. Be right back. And I'm going to take a quick bio. Friends, I will be right back. Got the air conditioning going. I'm going to take a quick bio. Okay, friends, we are back. I'm refreshed. Actually have some air conditioning going. That's feeling better because, man, with your kind donations, I got a Ryzen 9 processor. But boy, is that thing powerful, and boy, does that make heat. Ugh. Okay, friends, we're back. Somebody says there's a park fire in Oroville that's 100% contained. Good. Oroville. Oroville's always got a fire going on. It's always freaking us out. Somebody says the Rawson Fire Red Bluff is 100% contained. Good. See, Probe has gotten online. He's about to leave. He says those microwave covers are something I don't think about until I go somewhere that doesn't have them. And the microwave looks like children's speckled colored pencils over the interior. Or colored projectiles? Colored projectiles? You mean like crayon missiles? Paint missiles? Yeah, that's what my microwave looked like before. They are the bee's knees. They really are. Alright guys, what do you want to buy? So far I'm thinking this fundraiser has been a little bit of a failure because I watch other people's streams and hundreds of people pour in, and as soon as they say, I want to buy this, I want to buy this, the streamer can barely keep up with generating the links and helping people shop. So what I'm thinking about is a lot of people are still at work or just about to get off. So that might be one of the factors with the low turnout. Also, the fact that a lot of my audience has been people who live in rural areas without the greatest access to the internet anyway. They may not be too used to shopping online. Yeah, C-Probe. Yeah, I guess you could post that link. I said send it to me in an email, but okay. What? I told you to send that link to me in an email, not be competing for donations with me. He's laughing at me right now. He's hilarious. Okay, what C-Probe just linked is a link now that ODART finally can take donations. That is, yeah, oopsies, right. You're fired. Okay, no. I want to stump for ODART. We don't have a website up because I'm supposed to make it, but I still have glass pieces in my fingers. So as soon as I can get them out, and I did purchase a whole bunch of. Did you know Amazon has retractable scalpels, retractable disposable scalpels? Well, I've got the number 12 blades, which are like little hooks. That'll help me get it out. And it's a lot better than a primitive hot needle thing, right? Well, anyway, as soon as that happens, then I will be making a website for ODART. But it's Oregon DART, which means Disaster Airlift Response Team. We're modeling it after CalDART, which is California's pioneering group that takes just regular private pilots and turns them into people who will, at a moment's notice, drop everything and deliver food, medical supplies, and other aid to any coastal community that gets cut off when the big quake hits. It doesn't even have to be the big one. It could just be any Pacific quake that causes a tsunami and wrecks a couple of towns. Or it could be any other kind of disaster, such as a wildfire. So that's the latest video that I uploaded on the 8th. That was when we were both doing a drill. And the drill was a pretty dang good success. So if you want to make a tax-deductible charitable donation, that's the link that he just put up there to the PayPal thing. But usually it's polite to ask a streamer before you post competing donation links. That's just kind of a courtesy. Or mentioning another streamer's name. Anyway. Smitty says the tranquil fire in paradise under control. The what? The what? Yeah, do keep me abreast on what's actually happening. The park fire in South Oroville contained to 1/4 of an acre. a 1 acre fire. Oh, that's to the far west side of Paradise, over on that little, I don't know what to call that. It's like a peninsula surrounded by extremely deep canyons. Well, I'm glad. 1/4 acre is the average sized lot for a home, and you can see that there hasn't been that much rebuilding in Paradise. This is where the fire, erased the whole town for the most part. So there's a lot of empty lots with a lot of grass growing on them where homes and living people used to be. It's a forever haunted town. So it was a tractor fire that spread to nearby vegetation. So they stopped it. That's good. All right. Back to happier subjects like shopping. So I will be going sometime around 7. And so I think that people will be off work, and maybe that'll be the time to help people shop. And if people want to watch this, of course they can kind of replay this video. If I had been organized, I would be like, here's all the kitchen stuff I recommend, here's all the computer stuff I recommend, here's all this stuff I recommend. But I could just start updating the little list for the store. And then maybe the way the store can help me is I can just always tell people, shop through my store. I was hoping this would be a way to do fundraising without people actually having to give me extra money. It's just I get a commission for helping people shop and leading them to buy stuff on Amazon. So do you have a desire for supplements and food? It's pretty amazing what you can get if you do subscribe and save. Say, for example, L-theanine. I take this to try to chill out. It's a supplement that's made out of kind of like condensed green tea. It's a thing in green tea that makes people calm. It's that thing, but it's the amino acid is a precursor to a lot of important neurotransmitters. A lot of those that make you calm. This stuff is the bee's knees. Pretty cheap. And NutriCost is one of the brands that I've tried. I haven't really seen too much of a difference between brands. I don't expect anybody to, except sometimes if you don't notice it does anything, it might be because that brand is kind of maybe it's mostly rice powder in the pill, you know what I mean? But NutriCost is generally a nice in between, middle of the road, where you've got decent quality and you got a decent price. So what I would do is put stuff like L-theanine on subscribe and save. And since it comes in really big bottles, this is like once every 3 months. And it's a really nice, it's part of my soothing, calming cocktail that helps me stay level, watching tragedies all the time. And I'm in the position where I'm helpless. I can just look at tragedies unfolding and wildfires heading towards people. And I can say they're there, but there's a sort of a stress when you're not there able to physically do anything. I really have a big problems doing stuff like sleeping during these things. And this kind of stress can make it hard to do everyday things, whether or not it's just picking up the phone and calling and just taking care of business. So once I've learned a little bit by reading about neurotransmitters, and it was in fact, I should link it. It's a National Institute of Health paper called Natural Anxiolytics. Don't go to, I think this is probably the one. I read this article and several others, so it's not anybody pushing anything. You can never really quite trust the manufacturers, right? This really changed my life for the better, helped me cope with stress. So I'm going to put this study in here. This is the study. And it's alternatives to drugs like Valium and Xanax. What natural stuff is out there? So this study will explain what anxiety is basically, and the history of medications being prescribed for them, and what do you call it? Bye C-Prep, have fun at your thing. And thanks for the taco, which I haven't even taken a bite out of yet. Plot twist, newsflash. All of those drugs are really bad for you. They're addicting, and they've got some serious side effects, such as maybe killing you if you're not careful. Which is why we lost a lot of celebrities. We lost Judy Garland to an overdose of anti-anxiety medications. Yes, I'm going to eat my taco. Thank you. Yeah, Judy Garland was, and the people who got skyrocketed into fame, a lot of them are on all these kind of drugs, Xanax, Klonopin, Valium, and I never wanted to be on any of these. So then you've got your antidepressants stuff, like SSRIs. So this explains blah, 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 blah. Nutritional approaches. And I will never tell anybody to stop taking their medication. Do what your doctor says. But I will tell everybody, try the natural things first to make sure you don't just have a nutritional deficiency. Your own body is supposed to manufacture the neurotransmitters. It can only do that if it actually has the building blocks of these neurotransmitters, the amino acids. These are the things that become serotonin, the stuff that keeps you calm and happy, like GABA. So like L-tryptophan, L-tyrosine, these become like serotonin and dopamine and norepinephrine, right? If you have a deficiency in this stuff, especially if you have a special diet or a poor diet, right? Like say a vegan diet, vegetarian, you may be really low on your amino acids because much of this comes from animal products, right? And it varies between the types of meats, and a lot of these are in organ meats more than, say, muscle meat. So, people don't just eat a lot of liver anymore, or a lot of kidney, or that stuff. We're mostly just consuming the muscle. So we'll get some protein, sure, but are you missing the rest of what makes you calm and stable? And your body needs this stuff. Are you missing what keeps your fingernails and your hair and your skin looking nice? Like stuff like in gelatin. So after I read about this, I spoke to an expert, somebody who had a doctorate in pharmacology, and who was an actual psychiatrist. So after speaking to an expert and kind of going through what could cause anxiety, it's a couple of different missing neurotransmitters. What do I have to eat for my body to make that stuff naturally? Now, we're finding out more and more in the medical community that bacteria are technically, friendly microbes in your intestines, are technically making this stuff for your brain. So if you've ever, seen the stereotype of the jolly fat man, like, the ho ho ho, Santa type figure person, have you just known a really funny, jolly fat man in your life, right? Well, that just may be because they've got the type of bacteria in their stomach that keeps them happy, right? And they may unfortunately have a mix of the bad kind too that might keep them overweight. But until science has figured out which ones are good, which ones are bad, what you can do to help yourself is give the building blocks, the good bacteria that help you, give them what they need to do their thing. Give them their L-tryptophan, their L-tyrosine, their L-phenylalanine, or whatever, however you say that. Unless you have PKU, don't take this if you have PKU. Well, if you have it or not. It's a rare disorder, right? My advice is read this whole thing If you have any problems sleeping, have any anxiety, if you got long-term problems with depression, or if you need that sort of thing, figure out what you might be deficient in. And just by taking, say, L-tryptophan pills, like I was doing, you can rebuild a better, healthier gut bacteria, like gut flora. And just the way that you feel, like the way after I made a little, cocktail tailored for my needs, based on what I'm probably low in. It's incredible. Like, I used to be really anxious about even answering the phone if I didn't know who it was. When it says unknown caller, like that used to freak me out. And when I took a bunch of these supplements, with the nutritional therapist and the guy who had the doctorate in pharmacology, when I tried the things that were along with their suggestions, such as L-theanine, oh my God, it was night and day. I could just pick up and call anybody. I could just walk up to people and just talk to them. Where normally I'd be a bit socially anxious about this stuff. I suddenly felt like I could go live and just talk to the public, right? This was around 2020 when I first got into this. So previously I'd done the thing that was wrong, which was try one supplement that is supposed to help you with, say, anxiety or depression or something, right? And I would say, oh, that didn't work, so I'm not going to use it anymore. Then I'd try another supplement and say, oh, that didn't work for me either. That didn't work wonders. I'm not going to use it anymore. And that's this advice that, like, people give you. Don't do that. Try to figure out, based on your own symptoms, and use these studies like I linked you as a guide. And do this with doctor supervision. And try to figure out what you might be low in, and then take a tailored cocktail. Like for me, for example, and I can't speak to anybody else, L-theanine worked for me. So L-theanine has weight loss as a pretty well established side effect. So whatever it's doing, it's feeding your good bacteria, which may, once they get to good levels in your stomach, they may be punching the daylights out of bad bacteria that might fuel obesity, for example. And we're not really sure. Science is not really sure how that works, but somehow L-theanine helps promote weight loss. And I don't need that. However, that's just one of those side effects. And I like the fact that it keeps me nice and calm. So this one's generally considered a harmless one, but don't take my word for it. You've got to make sure with your doctor that this stuff's good for you. But L-theanine with Nutricos is one of those that help me. Another thing is called Calm Now. Calm Now is pretty amazing stuff. This has got a lot of a cocktail already with it, but its main ingredient is called ashwagandha. This is a root of an herb that is in Ayurvedic, I don't know how to say that, the medicine of India, traditional medicine of India, whatever. Well, it's called Indian ginseng. And like I said, go with a nutritionist and herbalist and doctor before you start taking stuff. But it has ashwagandha, magnesium, zinc, and then a couple of B vitamins, and these 3 herbs, hawthorn, berry, 4, hops, passion flower, and lemon balm, are the other herbs that are on the list for that study of natural anxiolytics. So when I started taking this is just a good general ashwagandha cocktail. Wow, this is one of those things that can help you the same day. Most of these other things cannot. Like say if you're taking L-theanine, you'll feel it start to help you in like a week or two. It's a gradual over time, and then you take it every day to build up, to a level where it's really starting to help you. It's like antidepressants don't help a person overnight either, right? Now, ashwagandha, I don't know that a person should or can take it every single day. What I noticed it did for me was, I'm kind of a low body temperature, sluggish kind of person. When I was taking ashwagandha, my skin was hot to the touch almost, like extra warm. And I had a lot of energy. So it was very energizing for me. But a lot of the herbalists just out there who seem to be of India persuasion are warning against taking this too often. But it is like a nice take it, and yes, I'm much more calm in an hour. Kind of a deal. Like I have a very stressful day ahead of me, I'm going to take it in the morning. I've tried other ashwagandha formulas, didn't do anything. I don't know if it's because ashwagandha by itself isn't great. I don't know if that's it. Maybe you need these other herbs. Or maybe the other supplements didn't have enough. How long did I take L-theanine before it took effect? Well, I started it with a couple others at the same time. Rivas says, thank you for this info. We have anxiety in the family. Oh yeah, this may change your life. Like, I can't tell you how much this has helped me. And I would never, ever, claim to be like a medical professional or anything, but I could tell you, I was one of those people that tried everything, but I was afraid, like too afraid to go to sleep. And I used to bite my fingernails off. And I'm just like the kind of person who's like a chihuahua that shakes and shivers, If you've ever seen the stereotype of the nervous skinny person, there's a jolly fat man and the nervous skinny person. And these are stereotypes, but there's something to them. It's what is exactly the different levels of, beneficial to bad bacteria within you. They are controlling, your gut flora is controlling a lot of your mental state and your emotional resilience. If you've ever known the kind of person who can just have the most horrific thing happen to them, and yet they go about life and they kind of generally recovered, may or may not have even had therapy, like the kind of person where World War II they don't talk about, and yet, they just go around gardening and stuff. I mean, I've known veterans like that. I've also known veterans who moved out to the middle of the woods and put booby traps everywhere because they're still afraid of Charlie. A lot of this is what's within you. We're finding out that, maybe the key to being a healthier person is switching up my, trying to promote healthy bacteria, because 65% of our immune system is in our gut, because it's what the bacteria is able to create for our immune system to be healthy. These neurotransmitters, the body doesn't manufacture it itself sometimes. Bacteria have to break down the building blocks, and then they make it. And we're finding out the vagus nerve, which connects the abdomen and the stomach, when you get the gut feeling about something, right? That's real. The vagus nerve, some of these neurotransmitters can go directly to the brain, and it doesn't have to be in the bloodstream first. What a revelation for all the study of anxiety and depression and how the brain works. We thought, actual studies used to say that herbs and supplements did nothing because they would blood test. Let's see, this is supposed to make serotonin, and let's blood test somebody's serotonin level. No, there's not much there. Doesn't matter, you had more here. Went through the nerves, like the way that it helps us through nerves. Whoa. So a lot of these don't have a whole lot of studies done, except for that one that was at National Institutes of Health. So the spoiler alert conclusion of that study is that most of the natural ones are superior in effectiveness and safety to the prescribed pills. And that's no surprise, because they're just a dangerous class of drugs. Just ask Judy Garland, and who else do we lose? He played the Joker, overdose of trying to get to sleep at night. Just as Star was writing, Heath Ledger. Lots of people. AGI helps. Let's see here. Yeah. So for L-theanine itself, I started it with another thing called lavender oil. So Calm Aid. First let me get you a link to this Calm Now. Like I said, I've taken other and cheaper brands. They just didn't do anything. This is the link to Calm Now. Now, I start L-theanine with something that really does help called Calm Aid. Now, yeah, there it is. Nature's Way Calm Aid. These are little capsules of lavender oil. Now, warning, if you are a male adolescent, do not take. Because lavender mimics estrogen, and that can give an adolescent male a little bit of breast development. Like man boobs, you know? Like, do not consume or use lavender soaps, right? If you're an adolescent male. Once you're an adult, this is going to be great for you. But don't do this as an adolescent male. And you don't want to confuse your body, right? But this, they come in little, in fact, the soft gels are smaller than that. So you could take one or two daily. So I took one in the morning, one at night. And this started to help me within 2 weeks. And I also I had taken this independently and I added the L-theanine. So this is Calm Aid. That's lavender stuff. And I don't know of anything that interacts with this. This is about as safe as anything you could ever take. But like I said, you're not going to notice it like immediately. It can help a little bit. Like, I need to go to sleep now, I'll take 2, right? It's going to be a lot better than nothing. But you're not going to notice the nice daily, the way it worked for me when I started taking this plus L-theanine was 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks after I started taking both. I didn't feel that particularly different, right? Because I had bad, horrible things looking me in the face. We've got Dixie Fire, we've got this fire, we've got that going on, right? It was 2020. We've got COVID concerns, right? Sorry, I do have to eat. I stopped taking it. I stopped both L-theanine and Calm Aid. And then, boom, I was a nervous wreck. And I got a taste of how I would have been without it. So I started taking it again. I leveled out again in about a week. But whoa, I went back to wanting to chew my fingernails off. And I had little random parts of my body twitching. You know how you just might get a facial tick or something on a really stressful day, or like even your eyeball might tick or something. Looking back at chat here, whoa, when I realized that L-theanine and Calm Aid did that much for me, I thought, well, how else can we make this better? And I picked up the phone again, had another, about that natural anxiolytics thing you made me read? What else can we do? And so I looked at ashwagandha, and ashwagandha is so dang powerful. It is just a nuclear weapon in the arsenal against anxiety and also feeling sluggish and having no dang energy. It just blew away the sluggishness, Now ashwagandha can start working in a couple days. Like that Calm Now stuff. Take that, and I think you're going to feel that within 3 to 5 days. And you can feel a little bit of relief immediately. So Cheryl says, I sneeze with lavender, so sleepy time tea works for me when I need it. Chamomile, yeah. Oh, hey Julie, how are you? Yeah, lavender you can take orally. Now this is an expensive version. It is really, really good. It's pretty concentrated. But like you can see, $12.31 for 30 of these. And I think a person needs to take at least 2 a day. One at morning, one at night. And when I had especially stressful times, I'd double up. I'd take 2 in the morning, 2 at night. When we're talking about the crisis, I'm watching, my brother's a missing person. In paradise kind of stuff, Now you've got cheaper alternatives that you'll have to take more of, and that's lavender extract, or just let's look up pills. Now, lavender capsules. Now this is going to be cheaper. You got to take a lot more because it's not an oil. It's the I don't know, ground up leaf or whatever, right? So you got your regular capsules. At least they're capsules, easy to swallow, and they, you know, lavender. If you were to burp or something, it would smell and taste really good. Like you don't want to take fish oil because it's like smells like crap, right? Now this is specifically the brand that I had good luck with. It's not the same. So this is lavender pills, like the ground leaf or whatever this is, right? But I've taken ones that didn't work, like at all. So this is where you get 90 of these, and I don't think it has anything else inside. Country of origin, Croatia. Okay. It says powder of the dried lavender from organic farming and herbal capsule, blah, blah, blah. Methyl cellulose, which means it's not a gelatin capsule. It's made from plant cellulose, So this is good stuff. So the thing that made the most difference is occasionally ashwagandha. Now, if you drink something that has a lot of B vitamins and you take that ashwagandha pill, whoa, you're gonna be urinating electric colors. But that's your body getting rid of the excess B vitamins. So if you take like a Red Bull or Monster Energy drink and then you take the ashwagandha at the same time, your pee is glow in the dark pretty much. Sorry, being a little crass there, but B vitamins are water soluble. You can urinate them out if you take too many, so you have to worry about that. So yeah, Julie, if you want to be a mod, here, go. Let me knight you. Let me knight you. Thank you for the email. So what you have to include in your email is your phone number and such. The mods have to give me a phone number, and so that I can reach you, And the rules are, if you ever have to ban anybody, you have to take down the time and their name, and why, what happened. But if somebody gets on here and saying bad words and stuff, go ahead and ban them. Somebody who says, yeah, California's burning, I love it, just ban them and just let me know who it was. But it becomes chaos if after hours, I don't know who did it, right? So yeah, the amount of L-theanine that I took it twice a day. So let me go back to L-theanine. My morning routine was like, when the fires were super bad, it was take a Calm Now, one L-theanine in the morning, one at night, two lavender, two Calmades in the morning. Here's my L-theanine. Yeah, 200 milligrams a serving. I think this one was, what was it? Once or twice a day. Yeah, it's a dietary supplement. Take one a day with a lot of water, right? And of course, you should take this stuff with a lot of water. Yeah, I took this twice a day. So I guess that's 400 milligrams a day, I suppose. And these were tiny pills. I've used Nutricos, and there's a different brand too that just might be around here. Right, yeah, this one, Nature's Trove. This one's perhaps cheaper. This is 120. This was a good one. So let's see. Yeah, this is also take one a day too for the 200 milligrams. So go ahead and take 200 to 400-ish if your doctor says that's okay. It comes from green tea. So I can't drink green tea anymore, fortunately. Because I've got a bladder condition where it just irritates my bladder. You'll see me taking a million bathroom breaks a day. And it's so sad because I love tea. I love rooibos and I love all kinds of lovely tea. I love this expensive tea in Portland's tea garden in the Chinese gardens. They have black dragon and they have white dragon. What people don't realize is green tea is crap. Green tea is crap. Low quality crap. I'm saying this 100% serious. Green tea is when the leaf of that plant is getting old. It's losing its nutrients. It's getting gross. It's getting diseased. It's getting bitten by insects and stuff. Green tea is crap. White tea is when it's budding. The same plant, but the leaves are literally white, so it's called white tea. So when it's budding, it's got most of its nutrients. So white tea is what you should be drinking. Just leave green tea behind. It's the low quality crap. You'd have to drink a heck of a lot more green tea to get the same nice feeling that you just get from a little bit of white tea. Once you try white tea, you'll never go back to this green crap. It even tastes better. It's got this sweeter, nicer aspect to it. And I hate the stuff that you see everywhere, the bad brands that you see in a Starbucks or something like that. Let me see if I can get a new one. I don't know if Twinings is good. Perhaps. Salada, I believe, is good. I'm trying to look for the one. Davidson's. This is Davidson's tea brand? Okay. Now, I don't ever like fruit stuff. I don't like it. Sometimes there's so much. You'll get white tea mixed with a fruit. Or whatever. You just want white tea, man. Let me see. It's hard to find it, say, a Safeway or another grocery store. But is it what is that brand? Zen tea or something like that? It has bad aftertaste. I just don't like it. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm going through this a million miles an hour. But I'm trying to find a specific brand that I know is good, and it's so hard to find. Triple Leaf. Triple Leaf is good. Still say white peony, whatever. White tea. So, it was once reserved for the nobility and royalty of China. Supposedly. I don't believe so, but that's a great slogan, isn't it? But L-theanine is made from the green tea plant. So here's the white tea. It's good. Triple Leaf. $10 though. What? How many? Is that a case? Tea is cheap. It shouldn't be this expensive. It's just like, yeah, this is some person selling it. Sold and shipped by somebody called Nature's Chapter, right? So this is not like their official store. This is somebody with an Amazon seller, kind of like an eBay seller, right? You always have to look over here to the right. Does it say sold and shipped by Amazon, or does it say by somebody individual? But if you can find this brand, Triple Leaf, maybe they have their own website. This is a really nice one. It's just got a nice sweet flavor and no horrible aftertaste, right? It's the same thing as green tea, but it tastes better and has better nutrients because it's the bud. Yeah, 20 cents a bag. Yeah. You can find it somewhere else. Now, matcha, I have a warning for you about matcha. Now, matcha's different than green tea. It's this different thing. Now, beware. Orange Pico is the best tea. That's a great one. If you go to Chinese restaurants, that's what they're serving. That's Orange Pico. Oh, it's really good. I think Red Rose has a good version of that. Warning about matcha. I can't even remember what it is. It's a way of grinding up. Now, it's all the rage, right? But warning, lead. A lot of this contains a lot of lead. Because Asia was one of the last places to ban, for example, leaded fuels, and also just, use it in general and stuff. No amount of nutrients is worth consuming high amounts of lead. Let me just show you matcha lead. Now, a lot of it's going to have lead-free labels and stuff, and I don't know how much you should trust that. But I don't know which one of these articles is the most trustworthy or whatever. But matcha literally means powdered tea. So when you order traditional green tea, components from the leaves get infused in the bowl of hot water, and you don't really eat the leaves, right? You throw that out, unless you read the tea leaves and see the future. So with matcha, you're drinking the actual leaf, which has been finely powdered up and made into a solution. Traditionally by mixing about a teaspoon of matcha powder with a third cup of hot water, blah, 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 blah. And then you whisk it with bamboo brush until it froths, whatever. Unlike traditional green tea, it involves covering the tea plants with shade cloths before they're harvested. This triggers the growth of the leaves with better flavor and texture, blah, 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 which are hand-selected, blah, blah, blah. Steamed briefly to stop fermentation, blah, blah, blah. And dried and aged in cold storage to deepen the flavor, blah, blah, blah. Then these leaves are ground into a fine powder. Because you're consuming the whole leaves, you're getting 3 times as much caffeine as in a cup of steeped tea, blah, 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 blah. Like coffee. And so matcha aficionados, blah, 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 enjoy that buzz. Some people say it creates a calm alertness due to the natural substances inside it called L-theanine, which induces relaxation without drowsiness. Now, you'll see a lot of L-theanine supplements contain caffeine because a lot of people think that it sedates them. I've never felt sedation with L-theanine. Just straight up relaxation. Just straight up lack of anxiety. That's not sedation. So, yeah, I know, Iris. I really was into the whole concept of matcha until I realized that mostly where it's produced has high lead content in general in the soil. And then when they started testing this stuff, it was pretty frightening. Some of the stuff coming out of where they're manufacturing it is bad. So you could be much safer by getting L-theanine supplements themselves, especially from the good reputable brands that do things like testing. And I do not think that you need to take any caffeine with it. It's basically a bit. Some people call that like a match made in heaven. The kind of people who thrive off of caffeine. But caffeine produces anxiety in some way. So, one thing I did find out that the public generally doesn't know is that there's a reason why sugar is added to so many caffeinated beverages. It is to help you not become anxious. Because when you have a beverage that's going to increase your metabolism, whether it's ashwagandha or caffeine, or, well, even like Coke, right? Anything that increases your heart rate and blah, blah, stimulants, Adderall, whatever, especially caffeine does this. It burns off your blood sugar really fast. It sends your body into a, oh God, we got to do something, panic. Because without blood sugar, you hit the floor, right? And you can even go comatose. So one way your body responds to caffeine is it will increase adrenaline. That is what caffeine jitters is. It's straight up adrenaline that your body is just manufacturing, like boom, in a flood. Let's look at watch duty again here. To compensate for the fact that caffeine just helped your blood sugar crash, basically. Now, that's why there's so much sugar in coffee beverages and in tea. It's to offset that. So a lot of people don't realize is if you've drank too much coffee, you drank too much caffeine, you got the jitters and you're now a nervous little wreck, right? Is to understand where that came from. Don't part of being calm is realizing just what's happening. That it's not the situation getting worse. You're not weak. Don't blame yourself. You just consumed a bit too much of the caffeine or some stimulant. One way to help your body calm down is sugar. And now, please don't take this as advice for everybody, because diabetics will be cringing and, like, this has got to be stuff you talk with your doctor with. But the gentleman who had the doctorate in pharmacology and neuroscience stuff, that's what he told me about. So he said if caffeine has ever made you, like, nervous, add more sugar. The cream in both tea and coffee, like milk and tea and coffee, is to take the edge off the acidity. So be gentler on your stomach. So both sugar and cream in your coffee is really helping you out to stay calm. That's what that's about. And to cushion the gut punch impact to the stomach with acid, right? So, yeah, with matcha, I would say skip it unless you actually like the beverage. And I would pay more money to go with a reputable brand, which I don't know of any. I'm not into this. With matcha, you want, see, I don't know what to make of this. A lot of this is people buying matcha in bulk and then starting their own brand. Anybody can, right? I would go with something like Consumer Reports or some magazine or something that actually does their own testing and go with whatever brand a laboratory says doesn't contain lead. I don't know how they would get it out, because you're actually consuming the leaf. And hyper concentrations of this green tea. But like I said, look how green it is. This is green tea, which I said is crap. You want white tea. You want the buds that have the bigger amount of nutrients anyway. So I don't recommend matcha to anybody. I just don't know what's safe. I've never tried it because I don't know that it's safe. Same thing can be said about some chocolates. And the one thing that gave me the willies is, God, I love chocolate, and I love dark chocolate, and it can be really good for your sense of calm and anxiety, and really good for your, for people that have chronic pain condition. It's got, I don't remember what dark chocolate has in it, but the darker the chocolate, the more it has. There's some good stuff in dark chocolate. It's hard for me to say this off the top of my head. Yeah, flavonoids, right? Lowers your risk of heart disease, blah, 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 blah. So the darker the chocolate, the higher the flavonoid content. And milk chocolate contains so little that maybe none, right? But the darker the chocolate, the more likely it is to have lead in it too. So what gave me the willies was, I don't know if M&Ms and stuff are safe anymore. The lead in chocolate, I mean, I always knew, going back to a CSI episode, which first brought it to my attention, CSI Vegas or something, in the early 2000s. Yeah, lead and cadmium, my God. Some of the two most dangerous minerals known to man. Cadmium way worse than lead. It's like instant cancer. They're saying Hershey's, Theo, Trader Joe's, and other popular brands can contain alarming amounts of lead and cadmium. And the word is can, not always does. But I am freaked out. So the darker the chocolate, the more likely it is to contain more of this stuff because it has more chocolate, right? More cocoa powder. So Consumer Reports recently measured the amount of heavy metals in 28 dark chocolate bars. They detected cadmium and lead in all of them. All of them. Oh my God. So Alter Echo, Mast, Dove, Ghirardelli, Hershey. Oh my God. So for 23 of these bars tested, eating just 1 ounce a day would put an adult over the level that public health authorities and experts say may be harmful, or at least one of the heavy metals tested. 5 of the bars were above those for both cadmium and lead both. Oh my God. So there's no amount of flavonoids benefit that will offset any amount of lead and cadmium consumption. At this point, since I've been eating dark chocolate for a long time, and a lot of Hershey's M&Ms and stuff like that, I'm thinking about getting tested for heavy metals, like hair, tested, my own hair. See if I have been exposed to much of this. If it's not, then great, but I've been consuming a lot of dark chocolate because of chronic pain conditions, and this freaks me out. So J-Cat says, I'm a chocoholic, and yes, I'm a candidate for Betty Ford Clinic. Yeah. Oh, Broken Fish, I'm co-hosting, be here soon. Oh, neat. Okay. Is there something on Flight Radar you wanted me to look at? Oh, over there, Plains, thanks, Broken Fish. Over by the Boulder fire. Yeah, cool. I'm hoping we get a Boulder fire update soon. So that's my warning about chocolate and matcha is lead. If you were to do both things, you might be getting a lot more lead than you bargained for. And like I said, I don't know what brands are safe. Go with what Consumer Reports and others say. And this is the Consumer Reports thing. They've got a PDF. And let's see what. I know that C-Probe's got a subscription to Consumer Reports. Looks like they haven't done anything with matcha. Matcha. No, not matcha. Yes, matcha. They may not have really done anything with matcha, but I'd be wary. Just check things out. I don't want to at all recommend anything that's potentially unsafe. So the other things that looking at the natural anxiolytics, which I don't know where I put that now. Yeah, dietary anxiolytics. L-lysine is incredible too. Now L-lysine, anybody who gets cold sores whatsoever, like on your lips, L-lysine takes care of that. And this is one of the best things that you can have for yourself as a supplement. It's found a lot in beans. If you consume a lot of beans already, you might be getting quite a bit of it. But this is incredible, and it destroys cold sores. Like, if I ever got a cold sore in my mouth, I would take the pills, the hard pills like this, and I wouldn't eat the pill. I'd lick it, and I'd smear the pill on my mouth over the cold sore, especially like just when it began starting. That'll take care of that stuff right there. It really helps dry it out and just heal it up fast. Now, if the moment you feel the tingle and you just feel cold sores coming on, you want to take large doses of the pills. And this is one of those neurotransmitter things that if you just take it, it feeds your good bacteria in your gut, and it really helps you to stay calm. So lysine by itself, I've never felt a new sense of calm with it. But when I do take it with the L-theanine and the lavender, I feel the three of them starting to work together. So, and this keeps the cold sores away if you just keep up with it. Now, really massive doses are fine. Like, this is taking one a day would give you, 500 milligrams? I've never heard, don't take this is medical advice, I've never heard of it ever hurting anybody or interacting with anything. And really large doses are typical. You might take a couple thousand, like 4,000 a day if you've got an active cold sore going on. And it really, really, really helps it go away. It's also cheaper than dirt. Like, if you want to start with really cheap natural anxiolytics and, brain chemistry building blocks, start with the cheap stuff, right? The L-theanine, L-lysine, and just start trying to figure out what else you need. Now they do make things called amino acid, like all-in-ones, right? And once again, Nutricost is a great brand, but I don't know that it matters for low lysine. It's so easy to make. They make it from beans. You pick whatever you want. Now, Nature Made. I know that Pure Encapsulations is a Cadillac brand for all kinds of supplements. Like, they really do a lot of testing. They're like super no GMOs, no this, no that, no that, no binders, no fillers, no trans fats, no peanuts, no allergens, no everything for a vegan or anybody with any kind of gluten sensitivity could ever want. Like, that's why it's expensive. But Pure Encapsulations brands are just Cadillacs for any supplement, and I generally can't afford it. Their hyaluronic acid is amazing. So you go to Pure Encapsulations, hyaluronic acid. This is for your skin and your joints. I don't know if they make it separate. Yeah, they do. They do. Now I've got joint problems and like a kind of like a chronic pain like arthritis thing. Now this is really well, boy, their brand is really expensive. But hyaluronic acid is the stuff in between your joints, and it also makes your skin youthful and elastic and vibrant and glowy. This stuff is a powerhouse. But you can get hyaluronic acid as a cheaper brand. I'm just going to link this out there. If you really, really, really are into supplement safety, Pure Encapsulation, hyaluronic acid. Can't go wrong with Pure Encapsulation. J.E.Cat says Mars and Lint use cocoa from Uganda. Most others use it from Brazil. Uganda, Africa was one of the last places on Earth to get rid of leaded fuel, though. So think about lead fuel in cars, leaded gasoline, why that was banned, is because they started soil testing, and all over the entire Earth, lead started building up in the soil, and that's what our food picks up when we were lead contaminating the world's food supply. Because when you burn it off in gasoline, it doesn't just go and disappear into the air, it falls back down to Earth. So that was an oh god moment for the world, and that's why it was banned so quickly. And any boomers or something complaining about it, what the hell? Do you really want lead in your food? Are you some sort of an idiot? Is all I gotta say to you. Like, I've heard boomers complain. I'm like, record scratch. What? What? Oh, it used to be so good for engine knocking. Okay, and it knocked 15 IQ points off your kids, probably. What? Lead poisoning makes not only kids stupid, it makes them aggressive. That's why the Roman Empire started devolving into civil wars as soon as Caesar Augustus upgraded all the water supply in Rome and all the aqueducts with lead pipes. Instant civil war craziness for the Roman Empire and mad emperors. And that lasted a few hundred years until the lead pipes built up a sort of lead pipes become safe after a while if they get a buildup of minerals inside them like calcium. But boy, does that take a while, several generations. Meanwhile, everybody's crazy. But I can no longer take glucosamine and chondroitin. But taking hyaluronic acid gives me that pain relief. I'm one of those got creaky joints, A lot of people can't stand this. I'm sorry. But I've got severe joint pain. And I'm in physical therapy for my knees. This is the lubrication inside your knee joints and anything else. That's what hyaluronic acid is. And boy, does it make your skin glow. It's just fucking amazing stuff. So if you want to get collagen plus hyaluronic acid, or if you just get regular glucosamine and chondroitin, you want hyaluronic acid as the third missing piece to your pain relief. I've always wanted to do this as a gummy. Is this a gummy? I don't know. But, oh, yeah, the somebody might raise their hand and say, well, why don't I just take all of the amino acids, like amino acid complex? Do you have cold sores or genital herpes? Herpes in any way? Do not take a cocktail of amino acids. Do not. Do not. Because there's one amino acid that's great for your well-being and your mind and your sense of calm. However, it's like fertilizer for herpes. And let's see, which one is it? Let me just look at the ingredients of one of these complexes. L-carnitine. I just remembered. It's L-carnitine. This actually doesn't... Wait, it's not L-carnitine. It's L-arginine. Isn't it? One of the two. Let me look this up. L-arginine. Yes, that's it. It's L-arginine. It's in almost all of these things. So it's found in many foods, and it contributes to the spread of herpes. It's due to its ability to promote the growth of the virus. Remember how a virus works is it takes over cells and manufactures copies of itself, right? So never ever take L-arginine if you have cold sores ever. It just has to be on your no list. I would love to have found any of these things without L-arginine, so I don't have to take a bunch, like a handful of little pills, right? But I've never found one. If you guys do, let me know. There's so many amino acids that you need, that your body, to make your neurotransmitters. But if you have any sort of cold sores or herpes, you just cannot have that one. So Broken Fish is a Tanker 168 in the air. Awesome. Where's it going? Let me take a look at that real quick. We are checking on the wildfires from time to time. So it just left Redmond. And the way it's going northeast of Redmond, I'll show you guys. But it's going on over towards the affair in eastern Oregon. Which fires? I keep forgetting its name. No, not in Oregon. Yeah, it is. It may be going to the Alder Creek. What was the other one that was big? Or Devil's Butte. Air Attack has estimated the fire to be around 3,000 acres at Devil's Butte. Winds today will test the current fire footprint. But so far today, no substantial growth. Well, that was 6 hours ago. Who knows what's going on? Excuse me, friends. I'm going to go turn off the air conditioning, or turn it down, actually. Now, I'll have to be going at 7, because I've got a Zoom meeting thing with this organ dart. But if you guys still want me to talk to you about supplements, I'll be happy to. Or anything else. Do you want me to help you shop? I can give you the best computer advice in the world. Accessories, cell phones. I used to repair cell phones. I take them apart and I, get out little tools and fix broken screens and swap out the, charging ports that don't work anymore. Like, I know my stuff. So let's go back here. But iRibus, are you still with us? The other things that have helped me just greatly, D-ribose for energy. D-ribose. This has been amazing. Just pills, just Nutricross, the pill. And D-ribose is, it's one of those things for those with fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, and say anemia, like problems with just getting up and getting started during the it's a special kind of carbohydrate and a part of ATP, which is called adenosine triphosphate. ATP acts like the battery for your body, stores energy, blah, blah. It's found in the powerhouse of the cell, mitochondria. So, fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue syndrome, and long COVID, those sorts of things are associated with low levels of ATP, adenosine triphosphate. And you, of course, have to talk to your doctor about adding anything to your regimen. Don't use me as a doctor, but my own personal experience with this in this specific brand has been, whoa. I'm the kind of person who gets exhausted one day and I'm dead the next day. Like I have to sleep incredibly long hours I'm not resilient. I can exert myself one day and then I go, oh no, I overdid it. And the next day I just barely get out of bed. I'm like that. Maybe even the next week I'm just not feeling right. So I've identified the two problems I had, whereas probably ATP is a good candidate for deficiency. I've got so many stomach problems. My stomach just isn't really good at breaking down nutrients. I need extra boosts, extra amounts of them to feel like a normal person. It helps your energy and then your muscles recover after exertion. So this is a great thing for anybody with energy problems, but also for athletes. Anytime you've gone, hiking and stuff, I would definitely take this with me just to maintain that level of steady energy. This is not hyperactive energy. This is not a stimulant. It's just fuel for your cells. So it's a precursor to creating ATP. I don't think ATP is something anybody can take, but you can take the stuff that helps your body make it. The D-ribose, great. And it's not particularly expensive either. So I don't know if ATP has anything to do with neurotransmitters, but D-ribose, good stuff. Now, a good thing about Amazon and doing Prime stuff and the subscribe and save is once you get like 5 of these, you get 15% off your supplements. And so that's why I use Amazon, even though GNC is around the corner, at these kinds of discounts. Amazon has been pretty bad, though, about the price of what I used to love taking, which was Calmade, that lavender stuff. They can run out of it all the time, when you put it on subscribe and save. I wanted to shout out a smaller business called Vitacost. If you go to the new and used from, you can get it cheaper in general. You go down here below see this section right here? It says new and used. A lot of people don't even know this exists on Amazon, but these are sellers, kind of like eBay sellers, like you and me, selling stuff from home, or businesses selling stuff out of their business. And if you ever see Vitacost here, that is the place to buy it. Usually cheaper and with more consistency, because Amazon just runs out of stock. I don't know why. Vitacost has their own website too. So just link it. They've been around forever, and they're one of those trustworthy stores where you can buy stuff from them too. So if you want to buy supplements, make sure you're checking out Vitacost and a couple other little places to make sure that you're going to get the best deal. And sometimes Calmade, Amazon's not the best deal. Right, let's go back here. A Squirrel says, I found burdock root has done wonders for my intestinal tract. Really? That's what I want to know about, guys. What has worked for you? I have the most insane stomach problems. JCat says, I need to find another Samsung Galaxy A71 5G. Mine is on its last legs. Aha. Allow me, JCat. Let's see if it's on sale. Samsung A71. I hear it's a good phone. I got the S22. Now, I will tell you something. I don't think I can be a T-Mobile affiliate. I don't even know if they have a program like that. But T-Mobile had the most incredible freaking deal. I know you're in Canada. Maybe it's different. I don't know if T-Mobile's even in Canada. Let's see if this is any sort of deal. Is it on Prime Day deal? The case. It's renewed. Don't do renewed. Prism Cube Black. It's unlocked. So this is the one that's not renewed. Let's go check its price. Yeah, it's a really good deal. It's usually what, $3.99-ish, $3.50-ish. Today it's $2.89. I'll give you a link, JCat. Now I don't know if it'll take you to Amazon Canada or something. So here's the Samsung A71 5. It's the United States link. I should find out if this works for Canada. Do I have a site stripe thing for Canada? Let me log in off camera here. See if this works for Canada. Because there's like imports things. Oh my god. It's giving me a sign up code. Gotta check my phone now. I don't know, but I want you to be happy with a phone. If you have T-Mobile, they're basically giving away $800 credits towards a Samsung phone. Just incredible. So I signed myself up and my mom for T-Mobile, and unfortunately I'd already bought a Samsung off of Amazon. Around $600. It was what my Galaxy S22 had cost. Where's my... Even got a countdown for the code. God. Excuse me. I have to do this fast. Alright, let me add this stupid code. Alright, I'm logged into Amazon Canada. It looks like the affiliate program thing doesn't work. But I tried. So yeah, you could try that with Canada out there. Maybe it'll take you the right place, JCat. New start, the Summit Fire west of Wairika. Alright, we'll get on that right away. Man, so these are oh my god, 52% off of Ryzen 9. This is my processor, guys. This is way cheaper than what I bought it for. Now, mind you, this produces an excessive amount of heat, but boy, is it a powerhouse. Pretty much best in socket for the B55 motherboard. B55. So you can look at the prices. Wait a second. It generally is a $500 processor, so hang on a second. It's saying Amazon had it on sale for $306. I'm finding that hard to believe. $305-ish. I don't know, maybe it's like a month or two long AMD sale. But I've never seen it ever below 300. That's incredible. You'd have one heck of a powerful computer if you bought this. The 5900X. There's 5950Xs, but not worth the price upgrade. This is the second to best in slot. If you're, it goes along with motherboards that have been manufactured in the last couple of years. Wow, that distracted me, but dang. What a deal. Woof. Okay. What were we doing? I was going to see if that T-Mobile thing is still going, but T-Mobile, you basically get $800 towards Samsung. So when I signed my mom up, deals on deals. Went into a T-Mobile store to do it, but I'd researched all this stuff. I had been with a subsidiary, a smaller MVNO, like little guy company that rents out. These little guy companies rent out the big guy networks. So if you look like Boost Mobile or something, they don't have their own network. They're, I think, using T-Mobile and Sprint or something, right? Or AT&T's. If you ever heard of Mint Mobile, that's using T-Mobile's network. If you ever heard of Page Plus and TracFone, they're using Verizon's network. Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T were basically allowed to become a triple monopoly by the FTC because, and FCC, on the condition that they have to allow for smaller companies to rent their network, use it, and offer cheaper service to the public. So they like buy. They're like a wholesaler, right? So these little companies don't have the ability to advertise like the big three do. But I don't know why anybody really goes with the big three unless there's a couple of certain circumstances. One, I'm a streamer. If you are a streamer, you have to go with the big three because the bad thing about going with the little guys that rent the networks like Boost Mobiles and this and that, right? Page Plus, TracFone, and these little guys, Boost, off the top of my head, Mint, all of them are going to give you the same service, like you're talking on the same network. You have the same coverage as whatever the parent network is, right? However, there's something called prioritization. So if I'm uploading a video, like I'm driving around the waterfalls again and talking to you guys live, video live. Now this failed because when I was doing the 4th of July parade in California, because everybody else on the block was filming the 4th of July parade and doing it live. Thousands of people in the crowd. Almost all of them on their cell phone, right? So there's something called priority. And if you go with the big guys, which I have to dark mode, if you go with the big guys, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, if you get their Cadillac deal, then you're not going to be deprioritized. Meaning they make everybody else slow before you. But that means you have to get the most expensive plan, right? So I had to do that. And I found out with T-Mobile, which has the best 5G stuff, meaning the best, fastest speeds in more places. I'm not affiliated with them in any way. I just had to find out, because this is what I do for a living. If you go with their plan, you get with their Cadillac plan, Magenta Max. You don't get deprioritized. And I wish I had had that plan when I was trying to do the 4th of July parade last year. You would have seen me live, right? I'm looking at Cat. I'm looking back at chat real quick. The good Wildfire. Is that the one? Is that the one by Wairika? I just wanted to point out, like Cat, they give you $800 towards a Samsung. $800 for signing up for one of the big plans that they have, and it gets cheaper if you split it between 3 people. 3 people can be on the plan. So right now it's just me and my mom, but I could add a third person, and we would split the bill, and it's unlimited everything. And when I went to Greenville in California, what's left of Greenville, I had the fastest speeds I've ever seen in my life. We had like 800 down and 600 up. That's better than my home internet with fiber optic. Just incredible. So the Galaxy S23s and S22s back in the day, they are $800, so you get basically a free one if you just stick with them for two years. And then for $16 a month, you get the insurance. And once you've paid off your phone to half the amount, they match you in the credits every month. Once about a year goes by, you can jump up to the next best phone without your old phone being completely paid off. So there is nothing better than that. Like you can buy, your phone off Amazon. I did, but then I just ended up with 2 phones. I'm trying to sell one right now, right? If you want a Samsung, it's the best thing on earth, and the S23 series is way better than the A7. I don't know if this is happening in Canada, but that's what I recommend to everybody. And if you're over 55, if you're a boomer, then the 55 version of Magenta Max is cheaper. It also gives you, I think, gives us Apple TV Plus free for a year or something, and also part of it gives you a basic Netflix plan for free, plus 1 year of AAA for free roadside assistance. So how the heck you beat that? You just can't. Like, that's worth having a little bit of a higher phone bill to me per month. So I also got a smartwatch out of it. So the smartwatch deal too was pay $10 a month for a year if you get a smartwatch. So now I understand like my sleep tracking and stuff better, and I could take phone calls on the smartwatch. So it's just $10 extra on my bill. There really is nothing better than that. I'm gonna go to Watch Duty and check out this fire by Wairika. I don't see it. Not on Watch Duty yet. Oh, Summit Fire Dirt. Okay. We got a little smoke in the air. Forward progress was stopped, canceling most resources not already at the scene. Okay, so it's a done deal, guys. Summit Fire by Wairika came and went. Back to shopping. So that's what I wanted to say. Like, I'm an honest person. Could I refer you guys now to buy cell phones off of Amazon? But I can tell you T-Mobile with these deals is way better. Way better. I don't know how long these will last. Oh, also, they gave me a $175 gift card to switch away from my old provider, which was Page Plus, which got taken up by TracFone, which was bought by Verizon. So technically, you're supposed to be splitting away from one of the like AT&T or Verizon. So, but they accepted it, even though I was with a Verizon subsidiary, MVNO. I just got free money, you know. They gave me a gift card. So it's a little bit. You have to fill out some forms, but I don't know of anything better than that in the United States. And T-Mobile now is not the crappy service they used to be. They won a bunch of auctions since they were the little dog, the underdog. FTC gave them the right to exclusively bid on some of the best 5G airwave and radio waves in the United States. So they've got the fastest speeds in the United States in many places, hands down, and the other guys can't. They can do what they can with their other radios, with the bandwidths that they were allotted, but they cried over it, and probably Boohoo cried, and they also whined about that pretty hardcore, because it was like handing the lion's share of the bandwidth to T-Mobile when all those things were going on. But that's when T-Mobile was like near bankruptcy. So I do not think that you can find a better network in general for the United States right now, as 5G is taking over everything. No, don't buy a phone without 5G anymore. Yeah, they're going to be cheaper. Don't do it. They're going to be stopping, 4G eventually, and just rolling over to 5G, and it is so much faster than anything else. So much more reliable. Yep, that's what you want. The JCat says yes in Washington. Something near Vancouver. Yeah, that thing is looking good. We already checked up on that one. So yeah, this unnamed Vegetation Fire, mop up in progress. We checked up on that about an hour ago, so it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Now, I will say the bad thing about T-Mobile and getting the phone from them is it comes with a bunch of bloatware on it, T-Mobile app and stuff, that it tries its very best to load apps on your phone without your permission. You can disable this dang thing, but it's irritating. And I really miss the fact that, you know, my $600 purchase of a phone off of Amazon that was unlocked. You know, you can use any carrier. That's what it means. It doesn't come with the carrier bloatware. I really missed the simplicity of that because I started deleting stuff. Like I'd get, say I deleted Twitter off my phone or something. Well, it would be back after an update. And I would delete these crappy games that came on the phone and uninstall them completely. Then they'd be back. And I'm like, what the hell is this? So it turns out that let me get the name of this stupid app. If you have a T-Mobile phone, just disable this crap. It kind of made me wish that I had just bought my phone outright, but not for $600. No. I'll take the irritation of the bloatware if it saves me $600, Alex. So let me go to apps and then go to system apps. Let's see, what is this thing called? App selector. Disable that mofo right away. App selector. It's T-Mobile forcing apps on you that you don't want. That thing is. And Samsung has a similar app called Game Booster. Try to disable it as best you can. And that is actually just some spyware BS. What Game Booster does is helps Samsung commit fraud. I'm telling you straight up fraud. Game Booster is supposed to be helpful to make your games run faster. By, you know, maybe closing some other apps that want to run at the same time as your game. BS. That's not what it does. Game Booster just when you run a benchmark, which is find out how fast your phone can be, like how fast can it process things, how fast can it process video, load apps, do things, you know. What Game Booster does is it like pretty much makes all other apps in the background stop so that there's an artificially high and faster reading for the apps that test how fast a phone is. And it's artificial, it's not real. So Samsung's some of their higher quality phones, they brag that our phones are faster than others. They're not. It's just that they're cheating. So there's a huge backlash against that. You know, the people who know. Samsungs can be troubled devices. Yeah, this is the Baird Springs fire. We don't have a new one. This is Douglas County, Washington Sheriff's Office. We have no new news, which I'm gonna say is good news for what's going on by Wenatchee and Quincy and Eastern Washington. We'll just keep checking on it to see if there's anything going on. So, but like I said, I'm an honest person, so if you can get the free Samsung, and you like Samsungs, get the free Galaxy S23. You know, an $800 value off T-Mobile, plus get a $175 gift card for switching, plus a year of AAA membership for free. But you have to sign up for that within 30 days. I didn't know that. I may have missed out. It gives you a standard definition Netflix, too, as a perk, and Apple TV Plus. I mean, you can't beat that. You just can't. JCat says LTE will stay, well, for a while because mobile tracking, that would be a LTE. Done via a lot of ways, man. But JCat says I got a better deal overall on my plan by buying my own phone. Yeah, that's something that definitely can happen, especially outside the U.S. That's what I used to always tell people is when I would kind of counsel on, getting out of poverty. Okay, I have about 8 minutes, guys, before I have to go for a meeting, but then I'll be back after the meeting. I used to tell people, true or false, it's the better economically for your pocketbook, for your financially for you. If you spend $1,000 on a phone out of pocket and yet go with an MVNO, meaning like Boost Mobile or Page Plus, or one of those little guys, or Mint Mobile, right? And a lot of people said, "Oh no, it's better to go with Verizon or something," and then you just pay off your phone over time, and your bill's $75 to $99 a month. But shouldn't a cell phone bill be that much? And I would quickly whip out a calculator and say, no, you are paying way more money by getting your free phone or whatever on your plan, just because your stupid minute plan is so expensive. It is way more economical to wait for like a Black Friday sale and buy a phone outright for $600 to $800 to $1,000 even, and then have a $28 phone bill like I did. So if you do the math, if you just have a $28 phone bill, like going to Track Phone or something, getting $3,000 minutes, which is what I had with Page Plus, you do that times 24. $28 times 24 is $672. For 2 years, you're only going to spend $672 on your cell phone bill, right? Now, add, say, an $800 cell phone to that, so you have $672, $800, which is $1,472, right? And heck, you can use your phone for 4 years if you really want to. That's okay for a phone, but I suggest you don't. So say you're doing the thing where you have that $99 cell phone bill for 2 years. 99 times 24. It's $2,376. So no, getting that free with your plan phone, if you have a $99 cell phone bill, is not cheaper than going out and blowing $1,000 on one and having a $28 a month cell phone bill. But what I tell people is, yeah, buy it out of pocket, $600 to $800 phone, that's fine. And I would not keep it for 4 years. Every single year I would trade it in, because you only lose not trade it in, but sell it, just straight up sell it. You only lose about $200 on your value. So if you keep buying the latest and greatest phone every year and sell your old one, then you have only a loss of $200 a year, and you're on the greatest cell phones. See what I'm saying? You just shell out $200 a year, and you've got that $200 a year because your cell phone bill's $28. So I'll just show you how I had that. It's called Page Plus Cellular.com. They were eaten up by Track Phone, but this was I may have used I went to the wrong site. Page Plus Cellular. Page Plus Cellular. I typed it wrong. Oh, for God's sake. VPN. Cars. Boom. Not a robot. It is PagePlusCellular.com. Alright. It's this. This is before I switched to T-Mobile. This was they rent out Verizon's network. And TracFone bought them. But this was the cheapest I could find to have any cell phone bill in the United States. And a good network like Verizon. Back in the day before 5G and all that. If you worked by going out to the middle of the woods or the middle of nowhere like I do, to go where wildfires have been and such, you basically had Verizon or you died in the woods if you had an emergency. When I had AT&T, I was marooned in the middle of nowhere. My car went off the road in snow. And I was saved by a woodcutter who came by. I was prepared to camp in the snow, and I'd ride it out overnight. And the sun was setting, and I did a calculation through a topo map and found out that it was 6 miles away, walking down a slippery snow logging road to get to the nearest town. And I didn't know if the batteries in my flashlight would even last that long. And I was thinking I have to shelter in my car through the night in the snow, and would that be better to keep warm and then try to make a fire, or try to walk out, and would walking steadily on this road all night make enough body heat for me to stay alive? I had no service. I was trying to make that decision when a guy comes by in his truck. Thank God it was a woodcutter, and he had forgotten, a guy getting firewood for himself, lived rurally in the mountains, and he had left his axe or something leaning up against a tree, and thank God came down the road. So as he's pulling my car out of the little ditch thing it was in, all of a sudden his phone rang, and he answered it, and I was like, "You have service out here?" And he goes, "Yeah, I've got Verizon." I had AT&T, and back in the day before 5G this mattered, the GSM was like AT&T's network, and CDMA was the type of network that Verizon was using. The CDMA reached out further into the woods. So when you're out in the woods, I used to tell everybody you have to have Verizon or a Verizon MVNO. And MVNO list is what it means. These little guys renting out renting out the big guys' networks. Like I said, if the Federal Trade Commission makes these big guys have no choice. They have to rent their network to any little small company that wants to become an MVNO. So some of you've never heard of before, like Pure Talk. What is that? It's supposed to be a comprehensive list. That's what I was looking for. So yeah, Boost. Boost looks like it's on AT&T, and you've heard of that one. There's AT&T prepaid. Same thing. You've got Good to Go, Free Up, whatever these things are. These are the ones using AT&T. Freedom Pop, yeah, I remember that one. That's awesome. Consumer Cellular. It's a subsidiary of AT&T, but they'll actually charge you more sometimes than AT&T because they cater to the elderly, and they'll help you with anything wrong with your phone when you call them. So I've talked to those guys. They're really good. You go to Verizon MVNO. Boom Mobile is the featured one here. But you've got, here's a big list. Affinity. You've got Cox doing theirs. Net 10 Page Plus was which I had them for like 10 years. US Mobile, Verizon Wireless is prepaid. Xfinity Mobile, Walmart Family Mobile, Ting, TracFone, Straight Talk. Heard of these, right? Red Pocket, Spectrum. Some of these you may maybe not have. Those are the ones renting out Verizon's networks. And these are all going to be cheaper in general than Verizon. Now with 5G, it doesn't matter so much. Now I can be comfortably on T-Mobile, and I no longer make that recommendation that you've got to be with Verizon in the woods, because I've gone out to the middle of the woods now and had amazing speeds, like I said, with T-Mobile. So this website is called bestmvno.com. So I'm going to give you this link. Now this is the kind where you bring your own phone. As long as your phone is paid off, you can pretty much activate almost any phone with these networks, as long as it's the same one. Like if you had a Verizon phone, you can go on any of the Verizon MVNOs. If you had a T-Mobile phone, you can go on any of the T-Mobile MVNOs. As long as it's paid off, right? But if you buy a phone called Unlocked, it could be on anything. And what they do is they'll just send you a SIM card in the mail, and you insert it, the paperclip, and you're done. So, but you're right, JECAT. For a while, LTE will be around. There's a lot of devices that use LTE only, so it'll take a while for them to be phased out. That's what's called 4G. Now, I want to check on this fire before I go. What were you guys saying? Urban was saying, alert California outside of Jackson. A very large column of smoke. Thank you. Thank you, Urban. We were already watching something earlier than that today called the Carbon Fire. Liberty. Are you talking about the Liberty? Yes, you must be. Okay, so this is by the Comanche Reservoir. Is this by Ione? sort of by Ione, significantly west of Campo Seco. This is kind of middle of nowhere. Northeast of Lodi. It's in between, halfway in between Jackson and Lodi. There's a lot of mining out here, actually. So this looks like, if this is an accurate pin, it may have started at a private residence, a ranch, or a mine. I'm not sure what this is. This looks like kind of a, maybe a private residence thing. So let's look at the cams, and then I gotta leave you really quickly to get to my meeting, but I'm gonna come back after it. It might be about an hour to 1 hour and a half, and I will be back, and then I'll help you guys shop and tell you more about supplements, everything, whole 9 yards. So this cam. Thank you, Urban. Oh my gosh, it's by that nuclear power plant where I went swimming in the nuclear power plant water. I have a funny story about that. I thought they imploded those towers. It's a decommissioned nuclear power plant. Yes, I went swimming in it. It was awful warm, guys. I think it was still under I think it was still in operation when I went swimming there. Oh my god. So this one, which cam? Theory. Okay. This particular cam is Valley Spring. We've got several focused. Which cam is this? Oh wow. Oh wow, I have no idea it could do this. Amazing. As I move my mouse back and forth, it shows where we're looking. This is an awesome website. Let's see, what is this other cam? Different views. Incredible. Okay, friends. So, like I said, other than this is flatland, I think this will be a lot easier to deal with say anything in the hills. Excuse me. I think there's probably only a few private residences and/or mines which may or may not be abandoned and for sale. I was looking at that whole area by Ione, and there's a lot of open pit mine type things that are for sale, where the buildings are just kind of abandoned old homes. Such. This will be really sad if we lose any structures at all, of course. But there's a lot of water in the area to help fight it. So that's what we will check on. I am now late for my meeting, friends. We'll check on it as soon as I get back. So, yeah, David, hey, David Trifecta says, I have T-Mobile. I use my Galaxy for everything. Yeah. So, awesome, J.E.Cat. I want to know more about your plan, too. So what we'll do is we will resume. We'll resume when I return. In about 1 to 1.5 hours. Thank you guys for being here. Smitty says the carbon fire. Yeah, that was earlier this morning. It's done. It's over with. This is different. And it is concerning, but I will be taking a look at it. And if we get back in about an hour from now, then I'll tell you all about it. So the link for this fire, this one, yeah, this is the cam where you guys can monitor it for yourself. And this, it's called the Liberty Fire on Launch Duty. Let's get the share incident link. 11.5 hours. Yeah, no, 1 to 1.5. 11 to 2 hours. Okay, thank you guys for being here. Thanks anybody who used my links, anybody who donated for PayPal, or anybody that's going to hit Super Chat or Super Thanks. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for the mods. I will be back in 1 to 1.5 hours. See ya. Oh, don't forget to like and subscribe.